freedom fighters, to the Everest climbers, to the castaway, to the midnight riders, to the spark igniters. I am on my way. Let it be said and let it be known, he who is free is never alone. The path before us, the world behind us, I'll wait for you there. I am on my way. I am on my way. To the lost ark raiders, to the lion tamers, to the stowaway, to the white tide chaser, to the black flag raiser. I'm on my way. Let it be said and let it be known, he who is free is never alone. The path before us, the world behind us, I'll wait for you there. I am on my way. 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 There's a song that sailors know, lost, alone and far from home, with golden galleons, golden guns to find their place under the sun. There's a song on the Sahara wind that lifts you to your feet again. The dance is on the clockwork stars that pulses through a beating heart. a lot of money to look the part. Took a lot of pain to tame a heart. Took a lot of years to lose my fear of flying. Took a long time to finally stop, and it took a good day to fall apart. Took a lot of tears to lose my fear of crying, of crying. Change your heart or
Hey, there we go. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome. What a what a crazy weekend. Holy crap. Dang it, Cursed. Are you are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I literally just got done with my workout. Are you actually kidding me? Are you kidding me? You will see the answer. I like how we had like a string of like 1s and 2s and less than 5s, and now we're just 20s, 19s, 20s. $31. All right. We reset the pity. Yeah. All right, here we go. Here we go. What do you mean 37? That's not how math works. Shut. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Oh, I'm dead. Help. All right, I'm just gonna lay back and nap for like a half an hour. You guys are gonna be fine with that, right? All right, let me tweet. Let me tweet real quick. Do I have a good... I don't have a good one. All right, let's do this then. All right, there we go. Wait, hello? Okay, there we go. I think everything should be all set. Sorry, I think I got everything all set. I literally just finished working out right before I went live. Like literally right before I went live. I cut my sets short and everything. No need for a warm-up. What do you mean I don't do warm-ups? Not for stream. Unless somebody throws 40 squats at me right off the bat. Let me do this real quick. So I posted some stuff in the Discord. But this was something cool that I did over the weekend. I redid my Twitter. Oh my god, speaking of Twitter. I redid my Twitter stuff. So this is what it looks like now. I figured this is probably a pretty good change. You posted cringe on Twitter? Yeah. I definitely, every time I post it's cringe. Oh, also, speaking of Twitter, they've officially killed off Twitter. They've officially killed Twitter. They actually went in and they Control F replaced Twitter with X. Mazza, welcome in. So twitter.com it's no longer, you can no longer like link to twitter.com. It auto redirects to X. And then anytime you put like a Twitter something in a tweet, it changes it to X. It's like everything is now like X. It's still called Twitter. Oh yeah, it's still Twitter. It's still Twitter. But yeah, I'll never call it X. I'll move to another website before I call it X. It's so dumb. It's the dumbest. Freaking Musk. Musk is like, X is such a cool name. Man, I can't believe I have X as a domain name. It's so cool and edgy. And it's like, bruh, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. You will never be a cool guy. You will never understand what people want. You'll never be liked in that way. It's so, yeah, it's like if he could get like the S, you know, like the cool S that we all used to draw. If he could get that as a domain name, he probably would have changed Twitter to that. And people would hate him for destroying the legacy of the S. Careful, he'll hear you. Ah, screw Elon. F that guy. Oh. If anyone but him made a cool social media website with the S, you'd be there. Oh, but he'll take the idea. Oh, I gotcha. He'll somehow add that cool S to Wingdings, and then he can probably do it somehow. But yeah, I redid my banner. Obviously, Bidet Gang is from Enzo. This is the new banner that I'm bringing to conventions. It's a new badge ribbon, which I've never had before, but apparently Offkai is really into badge ribbons and trading them. You like attach them to the bottom of your badge, and you can get a bunch of them and just keep chaining them down. Apparently that's a big thing. I've never really seen that before in conventions that I've gone to, but I figured it was pretty cool, so I've done that. I got Enzo to rework the Bidet Gang logo that I had him make for my second business cards. And also, since like, just if you search Bidet Gang, unfortunately I don't have a monopoly on Bidet Gang for some reason. Apparently there's other people using that. So I decided to for brand recognition add the egg logo as well. And of course Enzo knocked this out in like 20 minutes. So so now if somebody searches something like Bidet Gang Egg or Bidet Gang VTuber or something along those lines, I made sure that that all of that is it's all us. It's all us. So that's pretty cool. There's gonna be a third business card? No.
Small face mode enabled.
It's just for the ribbon. This is just for the ribbon. And then the new profile picture, I'll probably post probably like I should have done it over the weekend when I actually changed it. But this was done what, like a month ago by an artist called Oz on Twitter, and she's really cool, like really cool. I've been following her for a while, so I finally got a commission, and I really like her art style, and really wanted to support her. She's like she's still a student, and she's like, a lot of times she's like struggling to make ends meet as a student because she doesn't really have her family's support. So she posted, I think like a month and a half ago or something, that she was trying to get some emergency funds, and she reposted a couple times, and nobody was taking the commission, so I was like, I'll take those. Those are mine now. So there's gonna be another commission coming out hopefully in the next month or so. I know she's got other stuff that she's working on, but this was the first one to come out, and then there's another one that should be coming out sometime. So yeah, it turned out so cute. I love it. I love it. Your commission is almost done too. Nice. Wait, you're getting some more art done, Curse? Is it like a present for somebody, or is it for yourself? That reminds me, I saw a dude in a loose leaf you were updating that has your small face redeemed, but IRL. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? It's an updating resource? What the? I'm so confused. Was it just a dude with a small face? A very small face. Oh no. Oh no, like the John Cena meme. Oh no. Oh my god. Really? That's so crazy. Wow. He's a judge. Yeah, he's making good money. I wouldn't make fun of him, but I wouldn't feel bad for him either. That's hilarious. But yeah, let's see. So next week I'm leaving for Offkai, which is crazy. So I'll be gone starting the 30th through the 3rd, and I should be back. I'll be back on the 5th. So we should have streams, regular streams this week, and then next week we should be the 27th and the 29th. And then I leave for Offkai. Eggy will be back in California. Yeah. I'm really hyped for Offkai. I'm really hyped for Offkai. Hopefully it's really nice. I actually like know a bunch of people, and I'm hopefully I can like hang out with some people during the convention and that sort of stuff. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Lunch? Yeah, if you're gonna be around, Notes, for sure. I don't think you didn't get a badge, right? Yeah. But yeah, if you're gonna be in the area, for sure. I don't know how close you are though. Looking forward to hearing about it. Yeah. Hopefully it's hopefully it all goes well. You're everywhere. Well, don't push yourself. Because like otherwise, like I said, I'm gonna be at TwitchCon. If I don't know how many of you are planning on being at TwitchCon, but I will definitely be at TwitchCon as well this year. So no pressure. If anyone wants to meet up, I will definitely be there. You'll be there for sure? Mm-hmm. Tips. Oh, what a quote. At best, you'll stand several blocks away from TwitchCon. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I know a lot of people who just go to like hang out with friends like during the weekend. So I know a lot of people that do that. That makes sense. Where's TwitchCon this year? It's back in San Diego. It'll be in San Diego for the next 5 years. They tried Vegas and it was terrible. And then they went back to San Diego. If San Diego wasn't so far from you. Yeah. It's pretty far. I always forget you'll be in Texas. Derek, did you go to what's the major con in Texas that everyone goes to for VTubers and stuff? They have an atrium as well. Was it it's not Fanime is this weekend. It's not that. I'm trying to remember. It was like 3-4 weeks ago, something like that. I can't remember. Oh, WeebCon, thank you. Yeah, WeebCon. You did not, but you should start going. Yeah, it's WeebCon, yeah. I heard that there was a lot of it's so frustrating to hear about like convention horror stories. Yes. Yeah, Vile. Same. What the hell? Like Offkai Gen 1 was so small that they didn't really have to worry about stuff. Offkai Gen 2 grew enough where security and like planning and like that sort of stuff became an issue, and they had a lot of issues with that. So a lot of people were soured to Offkai last year because they grew so much from Gen 1 to Gen 2. So from year 1 to year 2, that they basically weren't prepared for however many people were coming. And they run into so many technical issues. They ran into some security issues where like they didn't have enough security. They weren't protecting people enough, you know, that sort of stuff. So it's understandable. Like I know there are some people that were soured to Offkai from that experience, and that makes total sense. However, WeebCon this year is a much larger convention than Offkai is. However, they had the same exact issues that Offkai did last year, except to a larger scale. And they legit had so many VTubers and stuff be just like, there were stalkers, there were people like finding out personal information, there were people impersonating like security officers, there was like, holy crap, there was a lot of stuff that went wrong. The Numi drama, yeah, the whole friend group, that sort of stuff, yeah, there was some stuff. Why are people like this? Because we can't have nice things. That's why. Because you take
small face mode disabled.
Well, one of the reasons, right? One of the reasons is you take a bunch of people who are fans of like anime and VTubers and stuff. I think in general, you take like you just take like a section, like a side look at all of the fans of like anime and VTubers and streaming and that sort of thing. And I think the majority of them are very socially inept with very skewed vision of interpersonal relationships and how you should act in public. So like, and I, in some ways, I can relate to that. I am definitely very much a homebody. I definitely don't go out, especially post-COVID. God, I definitely don't go out and socialize nearly as much as I used to, you know? However, I feel like I understand how an adult is supposed to act in public. You know what I mean? Like, I still have that like core teaching, that core instinct of like how to treat people with respect, how to not stalk people, you know, how to do that sort of stuff. You've been out in public before, even if you don't like it. Yeah. You want to say it's not that hard, but apparently you're wrong. Apparently. Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's so frustrating to see. It really is. No one really grows up. We just figure out how to act in public. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's one of those things that you have to like, some people it comes natural to, but other people you have to work on it just like anything else. You have to learn and grow. And if you really don't care about other people, then you're not going to place that as a high priority. And then you're either going to get ostracized because people don't like the way you act, or you're going to end up like a really bad type of person who makes everyone feel uncomfortable. Yeah, that implies people. Yeah. It should be a course in school. I wonder how that would work. I feel like going to school is sort of like a crash course in interpersonal relationships, right? Unfortunately for me, I was homeschooled, as y'all know. So my crash course in interpersonal relationships happened when I got a job at McDonald's when I was 16 years old. And oh my God, was that a wake-up call? You didn't know that? Oh yeah. So it's like I went from like super religious bubble boy to right in the thick of like high school drama, like grudges, like swearing, slurs, just like everything, drugs, just like my parents were like, you need to get a job. And I was like, okay, I'll get a job at McDonald's. So we did that whole thing. And now I live on the West Coast, and they think that my views are really bad, and we don't talk very much anymore. So whose fault is that? Oh, you don't give that vibe at all? Really? I feel like I'm like I don't really swear that much. I mean, I'm old enough now where I've sort of like mellowed out, like, and also as far as like my religious upbringing and that sort of stuff, I've learned to really tone that stuff down and blend it as much as I still do, like blend that into my personality enough to like not really make people uncomfortable. Like I try to just be me instead of like shoving my views down people's throats, you know, that sort of stuff. So like I still had that like core stuff growing up, so that's like an ingrained part of my personality, which is why I don't swear that much. I try to treat people with respect, you know, a bunch of other stuff. But like growing up, I realized that so much of that I grew up with is harmful in its own way. So like, as much as a whiplash as I had working at McDonald's and then going to college after that and all of that, I learned that everything that I had learned growing up wasn't the end all be all. You know, you can't just set yourself on a rigid path and expect everyone else to fit that same path or not hang out with you or not be able to interact with you at all. You know what I mean? So you have to be a little bit lenient. You have to change yourself a little bit, and you have to just treat people with respect, no matter like what walks of life they're on, no matter what their beliefs are. Just like, everyone's a person, everyone has gone through crap. Like there's no one person out there who hasn't gone through like traumatic things. So you just have to try to understand where people are coming from and try and put yourself next to them and then be kind. You know? So it's just like, and then I'm telling you, I've been on the West Coast now for almost 10 years, and moving away from my little town on the East Coast and my like original like couple church bubbles that I was in, it sounds like sacrilegious and stuff, but from like other Christians, if you were to hear me say that, they'd be like, oh my God, like, oh, well, they wouldn't really say, oh my God, but they would be like, oh. But moving out of those bubbles and like going to some place that is like, quote unquote, way more liberal and way more like, you know, out there is probably the best thing I'd ever done. Just giving myself the different outlook on life in seeing how other people live, in trying to just like meld into a whole other culture is just crazy. Like it opened my eyes so much, even this far into life. It was so crazy. It was like a second awakening, whereas like the college and McDonald's, that was like the first time I was like, holy. And then moving out here was a whole other thing, and I was like, oh my God. Looking back at some of the things, especially through like COVID and just like the culture shock, yeah, just like like I deleted Facebook after I moved out here, especially after COVID and all of that. Like I used to keep in touch with so many people back home, and then seeing how nasty and like just insulting and so like just the worst kinds of things coming out of the mouths of people that I used to trust, and I used to think were good people, and I used to think were like just solid human beings that I could trust and I could lean on, and were like just pillars of the community and that sort of stuff. And then seeing how just like the vitriol that was thrown at different groups of people, and it was just so sad. Like some of the messages that I saw from people that I trusted and liked, I like legit like cried like many times, just like going back and being like, I used to be like this. I used to have views like this, you know? And it's so sad. I don't understand it. Welcome in, Vertigos. Welcome in, Steve. But yeah, it's just, it's even worse now. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I get a little bit of it whenever I interact with my parents. My sister's not quite as bad, But she lives with my parents still, and she's still in that environment, you know? So it's just one of those things where it's like, the best thing I can do is encourage my sister to move out somehow. I'm like, please, try, just, please, at some point you need to move out here. I'll help you, do something, you know? But it's just not gonna happen. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. You were raised Christian too. You don't understand the anger. Yeah, it's just one of those us versus them mentalities, right? It's a thing that's ingrained. It's a thing that's ingrained from a very, very early age that you just can't associate with certain people. And especially in those groups, they will ostracize certain people in certain groups and be like, even if you talk to somebody like that, you're going to hell. Or, you know, it's that sort of stuff. It's like, it's all fear mongering, and it's all just like really strict, immovable outlooks on certain lifestyles and certain people and that sort of stuff. They're just trying to save you from well, that's the thing though. It's like there's a couple different, I'm not gonna get into the whole thing, but I still consider myself a Christian, right? So there's like a whole thought of like how people can like lose their Christianity or blah blah blah, and people like that are high up in churches and in those social circles can use that to like control what people think, and they can bend them to like they like mold people into a certain way out of fear of like losing this thing that's extremely important to a lot of people, you know? But it's not exactly like that. There's so many different realms of thought. You know, there's so much, there's a little bit more leeway than a lot of these people make it out to be. And again, I don't want to get into it. I've never really delved into this sort of stuff on stream before. I don't really want to make this a place for me to get on a soapbox and talk about this sort of stuff. But throughout my life, I have realized that for myself, I believe that treating people with respect and showing love and showing people that you can form relationships with somebody from like my background and my religion can be a good thing, and it can be a safe space for anyone to be in. And I think that does a billion times more than being super preachy and super strict and super like, I can't hang out with you because you're going to hell. You know, it just doesn't make any sense to me to be so combative and arrogant. And you know, it's like I wasted so many years of my life hating people. It's like, that's not what it's about. You can be friends with people without compromising your beliefs. Yes. You can be the person to be a good example, you know? And then if somebody's curious, if somebody's like, why are you a good example? Why don't you do X? Why don't you do Y? Why aren't you like these other people that I hang out with? Then you can talk to them. If they want that information, you can be like, well, this is why. This is why. but if they're like, well, I just like hanging out with you because you're a friend and whatever, then don't choke them out with all this crap that they really probably don't care about. It's sad that some people don't care about that sort of stuff, but you know what? If they don't care about it, or if they're not searching themselves, then you pushing that on them isn't gonna do any good. In fact, it will do the opposite of good. you know? So I have legit trauma from my childhood trying to like force evangelize people. I legit have trauma from my childhood that I have given people false hope by the things that I've said and the things that people have made me tell other people. And it's one of the saddest things like ever. It's I don't think I will ever get over some of the conversations and some of the people that I've talked to in the past. I don't think I will ever get over that. I have legit trauma from that. And talking with other people now that are sort of in my same situation that I grew up with, they're feeling the same way. So at the very least, I know I'm not alone in the way that I feel, you know. It's just it's so sad. Again, it's the wasted years and it's the wasted relationships, you know. Remember your mom telling your sister not to wear a shirt with some kind of demon on it, and she's doing it because yeah. I mean, like, stuff like that is a little bit, it's like, it's a little whatever. It makes you less relatable as you get older, I think, to have, like, cause like, I was barred from, like Pokemon. Originally I was barred, and this is wild. I was barred from Lord of the Rings when I was a kid, because one person in our social church circle said that it was satanic and it was not something good for even like teenagers and like young adults to partake in. Lord of the Rings, written by like one of the forefront like Christian authors of our time. Tons of religious symbolism in there, and it's just like, are you kidding me? And you know what happened? You know what happened? The movies came out, and that one person was like, switch flipped. Oh man, I love Lord of the Rings now. Wow, this thing's amazing. Everyone should watch this movie. Holy crap, it's so good now. And it's just like, really? Was Tolkien religious? C.S. Lewis was definitely a lot more religious than Tolkien. But Tolkien's works were very, very, very much based on a lot of religious symbolism, specifically Christianity. I know it's not like a one-to-one sort of thing from like, it's very much fantasy. But if you look at Tolkien's like other works and that sort of stuff, he definitely was very religious. Not as much as C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis like was legit. He wrote like theology books and that sort of stuff, while also doing religious fantasy as well. Yeah, C.S. Lewis was. He's written some doozies, but he's also written some like kind of stuff, in my opinion. Wait, you fell asleep? Wait till Lord of the Rings? Oh no, no. I think the Narnia books are fine. I think the Narnia books are fine. The movies are I can't watch the movies. But it's just one of those things where it's like, as for like Christian fiction literature, it's just like you can't really get better than that. So there's a reason why there's a reason why they're so popular, right? It's like, what else are you gonna read? You got Lord of the Rings and you have Narnia and nothing else. I'm being overly strict, but it feels that way sometimes. Dune. Kinda. I know Dune was pretty popular as well, but I also feel like there's a lot more adult themes in Dune. Yeah. Yeah, Dune's definitely not something that would be like widely accepted by a Christian community, I don't think. Like the whole thing's based off of drugs. You know? Like the whole thing. Cyclone, welcome in. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is very it's a very difficult writing style. I totally understand. If somebody read Lord of the Rings and was like, like it's really hard. They're very long. There's a lot of history mixed in. There's definitely some parts that are pretty difficult to get through. And the style of writing is pretty old-timey. So I totally understand. They especially won't like the popcorn buckets. No, they're the type of people that won't understand why the popcorn buckets are bad. They're like, what's wrong with the popcorn buckets? Oh. It's about the idea of martyrdom too, in a bad way. Yeah. What else? What else is like a series that I read or could have read as a kid? Oh, the Ender's Game series is huge. It's huge. The Ender's Game series. And while it does, I read the Ender's Game series like as an adult, and it does sort of, it holds a special place in my heart. But again, the author of that series, I don't agree with like almost all of his views. The author is just a terrible person who happens to write good fiction. You know, it's just one of those things where it's like, can you separate the author from the art? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Harry Potter's another one. Well, Harry Potter isn't really accepted by Christian communities to begin with. But some people did. And now like as an adult with everything in mind, it's so funny cuz like the people that I grew up with, like the adults in theology and stuff that I grew up with, would hate Harry Potter for the magic and the witches and all of that, but they would agree with the author's political leanings. And it's like, how freaking backwards is that? How completely upside down and backwards is that? It's like, can't have magic and witches and fantasy, but all of this stuff is great. This fits right in with my line of thinking. And it's like, oh my god. Oh, it's so exhausting. It's so exhausting. That road has always been full of contradictions. Yeah. It's very pick and choose, right? It's like, I like this. I don't like this. Wait, who's I don't know who this Ursula person is. What did they write? Oh, Earthsea. Oh. I've never read their books. And the Dispossessed. I've heard of all of this person's works. I've never read any of them. Wow. It really influenced your own writing. You loved Artemis Fowl, and then they made the movie. Oh man, I actually really like Artemis Fowl as well. It was a pretty like you can't really say it was a unique like story, but I thought they did pretty well. I liked all the characters. I liked most of the plot points. It's really neat. But yeah, I heard that they it was just, it's one of those things where all they had to do was adapt the book to the screen. You can change some things in order to make that transition fine. However, when you completely change characters, when you completely change motivations and plot points, and it's a different thing. You might as well just make out a brand new thing. Like, just call it something else. You don't want to talk about it? It's so frustrating. Almost every book to movie adaptation is mostly a flop. I'm trying to think, is there any good movie adaptations? Like I maintain that the original Lord of the Rings trilogy is probably one of the best, even though they did change a lot. Even though they changed a lot, I think the stuff that they changed mostly worked in the favor of the movies. Okay. And they went hard. They had a huge budget. They had an all-star cast. You know, they did as much as they could with what they had. Yeah, you couldn't have put all of the details in there. So the stuff that they cut, while sad, was fine. You know, and they turned out to be 4+ hour movies in the extended cuts anyway. So it's not like they could have, like, they would have had to do like what Game of Thrones did and basically have an ongoing series. But back then, nothing was doing a series like that, right? So all they had was movies. And then they made 3 really long, really good movies that were totally acceptable. The Princess Bride. Yes. The Princess Bride is so unique. What a unique film that is. To adapt a book about a book into a movie about a book. About a book. It's just crazy. It was Bookception, yeah. The Hobbit is a good set of movie, but terrible adaptation. I disagree. I don't think the Hobbit films are good. Like, standalone, I don't think the Hobbit films are good. Yeah, I think even, like, just take away the adaptation part of it, I just don't think they're good films. They just tried to do, so I think they did the opposite of what the Lord of the Rings did. So they took, instead of taking like 6 movies worth of content and condensing them into 3 pretty good movies, they took 2 movies worth of content and they stretched it out into 3 movies, and then that added in all kinds of crap that, like, you just didn't need. So I have too much of like a what do you call it? Like, I have too much skin in the game to really like love the Hobbit movies or even like the Hobbit movies. But try as I might, I just don't, I can't see them as just like good films, like standalone. It's just really difficult for me. Thought they were solid. You watch all 6 every year. Derek, did you read the books before you watched the movies, or did you watch the movies and then read the books? Or have you not read the books? I'm curious. You saw the movies first? That's why. That's why. Then you went to read. Everyone that I've heard that's like the Hobbit movies, they liked the Hobbit movies, are people that watched the movies and then they read the book. And then they were like, what the? What is this? Because it's extremely different in tone. Cursed, you haven't read? I'm guessing Cursed hasn't read Lord of the Rings, which is totally fine, by the way. Yeah, that's totally fine. Cursed just can't read. They're such a hard read. I don't think the Lord of the Rings books are a hard read. I don't think they're an easy read. Especially like as an adult. I think as a child, they're a hard read. As an adult, I don't think they're a hard read. They're too long, really? Well, then definitely don't read any of Tolkien's other stuff, because holy crap. Because holy crap. None of the extra books, the extended Tolkien Lord of the Rings lore stuff is, oh man, it's rough. It's literally just like reading a history book for a lot of it. It's like reading non-fiction, but about a fantasy realm. Let's talk about the Silmarillion. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. At least the Silmarillion has some story elements in some of the chapters, but yeah, it's mostly just like historical fiction. Yeah, it has some sort of narrative structure, but it's pretty disjointed in a lot of the things that it's doing. Game of Thrones, I watched the first 3 seasons and then I read the first 2 books, I think, and then I dropped it all, and I've never been happier. You're better off. I think with that hot take, let's I'm not gonna get into a game yet. I'm really I want to keep talking about stuff like this. So however, we do have an ad coming up, so let's run the ad real quick, and then I want to talk more about my thoughts on Game of Thrones. We'll be right back, y'all. we're back. Sorry about that. We have another hour to talk about random crap. Dang it. Okay, that's better. That was a quick 3 minutes. Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, so the amount, if anyone doesn't know, the amount of money that I get from people watching ads is like cents. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And even like getting like subs and that sort of stuff, it's still like, it's so like the calculations on how much money or how large of a creator you have to be in order to make like solid money doing this is crazy. Like actually crazy. So like you spend $5 or more depending on your region to sub to somebody, and if you're a small creator, half of that it just goes. So like half of that is Twitch's, right? So that's $250 per month per person who subs. However, there's more, because we live in the great country. Well, I live in the great country that is the United States of America. And you know how much tax there is on independent income? A lot. Especially when you make money at a normal job on top of that. So unless you're insanely rich, then you pay nothing in taxes. So in my case in particular, I get $2.50 every sub. However, deduct about 30% of that additionally, and then that's about how much I get. So I'm only making like what, $1.80 per sub per month, something like that. Of course, it doesn't take out the taxes. I just get hit with that at the end of the year. So like subs and stuff are awesome, and I appreciate y'all. But unless I was like a huge content creator and we had like 1,000 people subbing every month, it's not really gonna make that much of a difference. What it does make a difference is the little money that I do get from y'all from like bits and subs and stuff. I've been able to throw that back into VTubing and get like art commissioned and model editions and backgrounds and you know that sort of stuff. So like I'm definitely still negative on the whole. I have spent many thousands of dollars to do this, and I've made back not that, but it helps. Independent contractors have to file estimated taxes quarterly, otherwise you pay a penalty on top. Yeah. I'm pretty I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's you have to make over a certain amount in order to do the quarterly stuff, but I should probably look into that. I don't think I'm quite there, but maybe I am. And maybe I'm getting fees. I don't know. Feeling awfully colonial right now. Throw tea in the sea. I mean, so I'm one of those people that's like, I make enough money. I don't mind taxes. I think taxes for the most part are fine. I know that's like a really unpopular opinion, and I'm very privileged to think that that's fine. But I do think that this country could be going way harder on people where taxes wouldn't be that big of a deal for them. So like taxes should scale massively with income. I think that oh my god, I just saw an article that was like, it was another thing of like the US Treasury head or something. She was like, yeah, I don't think we should tax have a global tax on millionaires. And it's like, really? Really? Okay, whose pocket are you in? Well, it's just like their only argument is like, all it'll do is make people move out of the country and move their wealth to other places. Well, make laws so that they can't do that. Let them leave. That's fine. Go live somewhere else. Close the loopholes. Make taxes easier. Holy crap. There are ways to do this. You guys are just way too freaking lazy and fat and happy to do anything about it. So pissed off. Corrupt is the word you're looking for. Yeah. So you read Animal Farm 2? No, I haven't read that. I've talked to a lot of people. You're 2/3 of the way there. When do I get happy from being fat and lazy? All animals are created equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Oh my god. I haven't read 1984 either. I'm not really a big reader, especially for like non-fiction stuff. Like my brain just goes other places when I try to read non-fiction stuff. It's really difficult. Blinky, welcome in. I see you using those Koki emotes. Welcome. I saw you I was watching the VOD from Koki's live stream yesterday. I saw you and Notes multiple times in chat, and I appreciate that. I wish I could have been there live. Yeah. The problem with 1984 is most people haven't actually read it or understood it. We gonna allow balls deep now? Wait, squats. You're right, Cursed. Hold up. There's so much that we have to do. All right, let me re-roll. You're right. All right, 14 is much more reasonable. At least it wasn't a 20. We had to re-roll the 2. All right, let's do this. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I want that. That'll never not be funny. It's so good. Tina, eat the food. Eat the food.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
God, I like that movie. I love that movie so much. Another movie night? It's so hard for me to set up a movie night. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Fine, you'll do it. Oh. Oh, I've heard, so Derek's auto-modded message was about Brandon Sanderson. I've heard a lot of good ideas. Did I say good ideas? My brain is literal goo right now. I've heard a lot of good things about that author. It's one of those things where it's like, I know if I like dipped my toe into his works, I won't escape for like months or years. There's so much content there. What, balls deep? Yeah. And Autumn wanted that. Mary Lou? I don't think I'm familiar. We finally got Climax to be let through? Yeah, I believe so. But yeah, I think what was it? I know we've been talking about like books and stuff. Yeah, mod logs are crazy here, because we're so like I've got moderation turned up pretty high just in case, but we've also let through a lot of things. Like, we've let through a lot of things. Thoughts on Wuthering Waves? Oh, yeah, we could talk about that. I probably won't be playing. I think I've shared this before, but as far as Wuthering Waves go, I have heard, and I've looked at like gameplay and stuff, but for me, I feel like the combat in Wuthering Waves, like the core gameplay mechanic, is way too active for me to have it as a daily driver slash like gacha game, if that makes sense. So like the reason why I love Star Rail and Fate Grand Order and a couple other games that I've played here and there was I can have it on the PC, I can have it on my phone, I can play anytime, anywhere. If I'm slightly distracted, it doesn't matter. I can just like pick up the turn later. You know, it's a turn-based game. There's no urgency. I'm able to play it at my own pace, you know, that sort of stuff. Yeah, auto battler. Yeah, exactly. So you don't really have that for Fate, but it's very much a turn-based game as well, right? So when I turn to something like Genshin or Wuthering Waves, I need to put that in the same time slot as a regular full attention video game, where like it's like an Elden Ring or a Breath of the Wild or something like that. And when you put an ongoing live service gacha game into that slot, for me, I think that's way too much time and attention that is needed, at least where I am right now in life. So Wuthering Waves might be an insanely good game. It might be really cool, and really sweet and have great gameplay. But for me, having already having 2 gacha games that I play regularly, and then a bunch of other stuff that I do on the side, I think it would just take up way too much of my like daily brain power and focus for me to really put the time and effort that I would want to put into the game. So it really sucks because I know a lot of people are gonna be playing it, like a lot of people. It's actually crazy. So I'm kind of tempted to at least create like an account and go through like the tutorial and that sort of stuff. But I'm kind of also just thinking of just like not doing that and just ignoring it altogether. You like that aspect of games where you can play at your own pace? Yeah, as like the older I get, the more I appreciate that style of game, right? If I play a game that isn't a play at your own pace, like turn-based sort of thing, like that's another reason why I love the Persona series, is you can save pretty much at any time. It's turn-based. You just like, you leave, you come back, no big deal. But like the older I get, if I need to play like an active game where it takes all of my attention and all of my like my finger mobility and all of that, it needs to be a much smaller type of game. So like it needs to be like 10 to 20 hours of gameplay. Otherwise, I'm just never gonna get through it. The only thing that has broken that mold has been Elden Ring. I put like 250 hours into one playthrough of Elden Ring. So like there are exceptions to the rule, but for the most part. Yeah, I didn't like 100% Elden Ring in one go. But yeah, I played the crap out of my first life in Elden Ring. Yeah, I did a lot with that save file. I had a blast. And yeah, so I thought I made this clear a couple times. When Elden Ring DLC comes out, we will be playing that on stream. Y'all can see how bad / okay I play that. So yeah, so that's gonna happen when that comes out. I'm a huge fan of Elden Ring, and I've been meaning to do another playthrough. I just really haven't, like with streaming and everything, I just haven't gotten around to it. I've had other games that I've wanted to play like the first run through of versus replaying Elden Ring with a different build. Where the Elden Ring streams, I played it before I streamed. So it came out the spring of the year that I started streaming. So I played and I finished it that spring, and then I started streaming in August of that year. So that was like the last major game that I played before I switched my brain and was like, well, if I'm gonna play a game, I might as well stream it, you know? So there's so many games out there. Yeah, you went hard. Yeah, so Elden Ring was one of those games that I loved. I spent so much time playing it that I actually burnt out 2 separate times. So I think I played for about 100 hours, and then I took like a 3-week break, and then I came back and I played another 100 hours, and then I took like a 2-week break, and then I finished the game. But yeah, it was so huge that I just like I stopped enjoying it, and then I took a little break and I did other things, then I came back and I was like, okay, I'm back in it. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Also, Elden Ring was the first game on PC that I bought a controller for. So, for those that don't know, the keyboard and mouse controls for Elden Ring are crap. They are the literal worst controls I have ever felt in my entire life. Anyone who plays keyboard and mouse Elden Ring and like succeeds has my utmost respect. Cause I played probably the first 10 hours with keyboard and mouse, and then I overnighted a PlayStation 5 controller. And then I played the rest on the controller. And I was like, oh my god, this is so much better. Yeah, Elden Ring really made me want to play through the Dark Souls games. I actually have all of them. So at some point, we should definitely try and play through them. But I don't know how fun it would be for people to watch me play through them, because I don't... We'll see how the Elden Ring DLC goes, because it's sort of like Dark Souls Light. Sekiro I don't have. I think that's like the one that I don't have. But I'm not... You know how people like rage at those games, and like that's like half the fun of watching people is just like watching people play those games and then just lose their minds, like freaking out and throwing controllers and all of that. I'm not really like, I have reactions and I can like play up stuff for stream sometime, but for the most part I'll just like get depressed and go move on and try something else for a while, and then I'll come back and I'll beat it later. So like, I'm not like a really high energy rage gamer like that. So I don't know how fun it's gonna be to watch me play through. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how Elden Ring goes, and then maybe I don't know, maybe from there we'll start back at Dark Souls 1 and play through them. Like, we could probably get through them in the summer, like over the summer. We could probably get through all 3 of them. Talking about Sekiro, you literally stopped playing that at the last boss. There won't be rage screams, but there will be screams. Yeah, pretty much. If I get jump scared, I'll scream for sure. Or if something stupid happens, I'll scream. Skip 2? No, I'm not gonna skip 2. No, I'll play them all. I've heard a lot about 2, and I'm definitely not in the camp of skipping a game just because it's dumb. Don't let Athos sway you. No, I've heard plenty of people say good things about 2. You just have to play it in a slightly different way, right? It's like DMC2. Oh, I've heard that too. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Remember when the Reaper came after Eggy in Persona 5? Yeah. That one was really dumb because I didn't know that the sound meant what it was. Remember, if you remember, I thought it was like treasure. I was like, oh, do I hear coins or treasure or whatever? And then I turned the corner and the Reaper's right there. I was like chasing after the Reaper, and then he's right in front of me. And I hadn't saved in a while too. So the one thing that kills me, yes, we do have a clip of that. The one thing that kills me about games is when I waste time on them. If that makes sense. So like, the older I get and I play games, if I spend half an hour playing through a section. So it's another reason why like the Dark Souls games aren't really for me for the most part. If I have to spend like a half an hour going from point A to point B, doing a bunch of challenges, beating a bunch of guys, and then I die at the very end and I have to replay that 20 to 30 minutes, while it may be faster the second time doing it, I still feel like I wasted a good chunk of time. And that for me isn't fun. Like, it's like an acceptable loss, right? You're playing the game, like it's gonna happen. Sure, that's like how the game works. But like the older I get, the more sad I feel at the loss of time. So that's why if you ever watch me play games, I will save at every single point that I can. To the point where like my like Skyrim like playthrough and my Oblivion playthroughs back in the day, I would literally save every 5 minutes. And I had I got to the point on my old PC back when I was playing Skyrim where I had so many saves that my save folder was filling up my hard drive. I think I had like over 6 gigabytes of saves in my save folder. So I had to go through and purge a bunch of saves manually. but that's how I play games, so that if something goes wrong, I'm like, that's stupid. I just reload, and then I go and I do it again. But yeah, with Dark Souls, you have to go in knowing that that's a thing. Like that's a core gameplay loop, right? I feel like if I went into Dark Souls games blind and I didn't know that there were like shortcuts and other things that you could unlock and blah 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 to make things a little bit faster, I would probably just not play them. But now that I've like watched people play and be like, well, it does take you like a half an hour to get from point A to point B in a new area, but once you do that for the first time, generally there's a shortcut, or you like learn how to fight this enemy, you learn their weaknesses, and they become like second nature. So you cut down that half an hour travel distance down to like 5 to 10 minutes, and it's not that bad on the second go. You know, that sort of stuff. So like that's mostly fine. It's mostly fine. Save state nation. Yeah, save states are pretty helpful sometimes, but I haven't really used anything with save states. I guess you can. I think the only thing that I've really used them on are like the Nintendo Switch Virtual Console. I'm pretty sure. My Baldur's Gate saves. I haven't I'm trying to think. So I didn't play Baldur's Gate because I knew that it was just going to be insane. I knew that it was just going to be way too long and I would spend like 300 hours and it would just be way too much for me. So I decided not to play that. Even though I know I would enjoy it. But I have put probably 500 hours into the old Neverwinter Nights games. I played the crap out of Neverwinter Nights, the original. There are 2 things that should just not exist in most video games: games with too long between save states and games with non-skippable cutscenes. I think on first go, non-skippable cutscenes are fine. On second, like if you play through a section that has a cutscene and then you get to the end and then you die and you have to re-watch the cutscene, there should be a flag in the programming that allows you to skip it the second time through. And if a game doesn't allow you to skip a cutscene the second time through, that is a bad game. That is poor programming. That is poor development. That's just horrible. It's just horrible. There's zero reason why they shouldn't have that programmed in. If it's New Game Plus or you've seen it before, exactly. You should be able to skip it, like, zero questions. I know there's tons of old games that have unskippable cutscenes. Like, I really feel for like speedrunners and that sort of stuff. Playing like old games where you can't skip the cutscenes. Yeah, unskippable boss cutscenes. You have to sit there for like 3 minutes while he prattles on and puffs out his chest and powers up, and then you die in like 2 seconds, and then you have to redo it. Yeah, it's so annoying. I definitely get that. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like games that I've run into that were too long between save states. I think really the only ones that are coming to mind are like arcade style games where you have to play through an entire level before it'll save. Doesn't happen often because those are bad games that people won't play. Yeah. I mean, some of them are classics, right? But I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, one of the things that we were toying around with, speaking of old games, was maybe playing through the original Fallout. Like, not the FPS Fallout, the original isometric, turn-based, like, tactical Fallout. That might be interesting to play through. I don't remember, let me see. I wonder if there's like Fallout original, how long to beat? So anywhere between 16 and 30 hours. So Fallout 1 is definitely a lot smaller than I remember it being. I remember Fallout 1 having like tons of content. But if it's really only about 20 hours, then we could probably finish it in a couple weeks. Like, you know me, I double the time. Like, if I'm streaming, I double the time on any of these things. Like, we know this by now. any RPG or whatever, if it says it's gonna take 100 hours, it's gonna take me 200 hours because I'm streaming and I go slow in general. And yeah. So if it says it's gonna take me like 16 to 20 hours, it'll probably take me about 40 hours. You never played Fallout 1? Oh, really? I feel like introducing Fallout 1 to like a bunch of people that haven't actually played Fallout 1 would be really, really interesting. Because it's legit just like it's like a turn-based RPG. It's almost like a D&D campaign, right? It's very, very different. Yeah. You have a certain amount of movement every turn, and then you can, well, it's like if anyone's played like the XCOM games, it's very similar to that, where you have like a team, you have a turn, you have a weapon that's got a certain hit percentage, and the distance that you are from the enemy changes how likely you are to hit, and then you can, yeah, exactly. And then you can target certain body parts for like a higher critical chance or that sort of thing. But if you try to target a body part, you have a lesser chance of actually hitting that body part versus just like targeting their entire body. You know, all of that. It all depends. But it's a really, really intriguing story, and you get to have a dog on your party. I freaking love dog meat. Dog meat's like one of my favorite characters of all time. You only played 4. You're trying to get back into it. You heard New Vegas was good. Yeah, New Vegas is very good. I've only played I think I played all the way through 3, and I'm pretty sure I played all of, if not most of 4. I can't remember if I played all of New Vegas. I don't think I have, but I've heard a lot of really, really good things about New Vegas. Chemist, you're back. What did you miss? We were just talking about games. We were talking about how I played through Elden Ring before I started streaming, and then I'm excited to play through the DLC, and then we may be playing through the Dark Souls games after that and see if we can finish them all over the summer. But I'm not sure. It depends how Elden Ring DLC goes. Depends on who you ask, because you liked 3 in New Vegas, you despised 4. Some people love 4 in 76. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that as well. It all comes down to like personal preference, right? It just depends on what you like. Yeah. It's been so long since I played any of those games that I would just have to like start over and just like experience everything, because there's no way I remember all of the plot points and all the factions and all of that. It's just been so long. Like how long ago did Fallout 3 come out? 2008. I'm old. Oh my god. You've successfully made a soft-boiled egg. Let's go. I'm old, Notes. I'm old. In online years, I'm ancient. Your description of Fallout 1 sounds like Front Mission 3. Front Mission 3. The only other one that I can that I definitely can directly compare it to is XCOM, because I know that's very, very similar. Front Mission 3. Oh, it's a PlayStation game. A tactical role-playing game. So it's definitely more character driven than that. I don't know. Do you have a bunch of like units and stuff? Yeah, this is a lot more of a tactical game, like a TRPG. This Front Mission 3. This one's a lot more along the lines of like an Advance Wars or like an army sim sort of thing. Whereas Fallout 1 is a lot more like a like I keep going back. It's like a D&D style game. I believe actually Fallout started as a paper RPG, right? Am I wrong? Final Fantasy Tactics? No, that's even more of a tactics game. No. It was a spiritual successor to Wasteland. Anyone here remember Wasteland? Anyone here remember Wasteland? Anyone play it? I remember. You remember the name? It's a classic. It's a classic. Definitely not. Yeah, I mean, Wasteland came out in '88. So, like, I'm expecting almost nobody to have played that game. I just remember it because my dad loved the game. My dad used to play that. I wouldn't be surprised. Anyone who remembers it, who's like around this age, I wouldn't be surprised. If you had like growing up, if you had like if your parents played games and they had like a Commodore 64 or something along those lines, they probably played Wasteland at some point. Return to Zork. I don't recognize that one. Yeah, it looks like I'm wrong. I thought it was I thought it started out as like a paper RPG, but it looks like it did just start out as a video game. That's crazy. Wait, Nyan played it? Really? Your dad used an Amiga. Amiga! Yeah! When you were a kid. What the freak? That's your that's your summarization? Want some rye? Course you do. Oh my god. What is Return to Zork? Oh, it's a first-person adventure game? Wow. That's crazy. I thought it was gonna be... Does anyone know, you all know what, the good Jared's favorite point-and-click game is? I mean, I say favorite. I don't think it's actually his favorite. What's that game called? When you said Return to Zork, that's the thing that came to mind. Oh my god. Who else played that? Fully voiced point and click games. Oh my god, Full Throttle. Holy crap. Day of the Tentacle. Maniac Mansion. Oh my god, I'm having a blast from the past here. Holy. You don't watch enough of his content? Yeah, he's usually just playing like Mega Man or some other like old I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it's just tons of retro. Favorite point and click is The Longest Journey. Ooh, I've heard of that one. I never played it. I'm looking up this list of the best point and click games. The Dig. I remember watching my parents play The Dig. I remember watching a couple Indiana Jones games, point and click. Day of the Tentacle, Full Throttle. I never Sam and Max wasn't one that we played. Monkey Island was something that we played when I was growing up. Wait, The Longest Journey just looks like Myst. Myst is very different. Is it first person? It's not. Do they have the wrong picture here then? The longest journey. I think, whoops. Oh yeah, they had the wrong picture. They legit had a picture from Myst. That's so funny. Oh, wow. Yeah, this looks interesting. Dang. So my Google has failed. No, it's just the article. It's just the article. So my problem with point and click adventure games is I am bad at puzzles. like aggressively bad at puzzles. So if I don't have like a game guide or something that I'm following where I'll like attempt to solve something for like 5 to 10 minutes, and if I can't solve it in that time, I'll just look up the answer. Like that's how I enjoy games like that. And I feel like that's not particularly fun for a lot of people. Yeah, I suck at escape rooms. I'm so bad at escape rooms. I'm so bad. Yeah, I'm the reason he yells the answer in God of War. Yes. Oh, it's so bad. No, let's be fair. Atreus does yell it out very quickly. I don't like how quick that happens in God of War, but I would like double the time that they have on average for him to like yell out the answer. The sequels are also pretty good. I've definitely heard good things about it. Let Dad do his crossword puzzles on his own. Oh, I just closed the tab and I went back to Assassin's Creed. Boy. Did I watch, was it? I feel like I watched somebody play through Myst a little while ago. You played for the first 3 of them? Ooh. The second one being a pain? Yeah. Myst is one of those that like, if it clicks, you just fly through the game. But if it doesn't click, you could be stuck on one puzzle for literal hours. That's one of those things where it's like, it seems to be a thing with number 2 in any game. Yeah, right? I love that you can beat Myst within 30 seconds if you know how to answer the last puzzle. Yeah. Yep. It's pretty interesting. I wish, I know that they lean into it a little bit, but I feel like Myst type games should really lean into the horror / suspense part of them. Because like, for me as a kid, having a fully, like, mostly stationary game where you have to like click through the scenes and everything's mostly static, but then you like imagine you round a turn, like you've been playing a game for like 5 hours, 10 hours, solving puzzles. You don't see a soul, right? There's nobody. There's no one else. You're the only one here. You're solving puzzles. It's some like ancient society or something like that. This is just like generally how the Myst style games go, right? You're basically by yourself. And you're just solving puzzles. You're doing your own thing. You're clicking through. Then all of a sudden, you click. You get a new screen. You turn a corner, and you see an animation of a shadowy figure ducking out of view. You've played this game for 10 hours. You have seen zero motion. Nothing is alive. You've seen nothing. And then all of a sudden, you turn a corner and you see another person hiding from you, like actively running away. Like that for me is one of the coolest gameplay elements that you can do. You let the person think that they are alone. There is nobody else. And then all of a sudden, halfway through the game, you just shatter all of that. And you're like, wait, am I alone? Are there other people? Do they hate me? Are they coming after me? What's going on? Basically, Lord of the Rings Gollum. Kind of, right? Kind of. Yeah, it's difficult to pull off, for sure. But I think if you can do it well, that's one of the coolest things that you can do in games, especially with like the point and click genre. I feel like it's really, really hard to have that nowadays because everything is like, it's real time. If you're playing like an FPS, even if it's like an FPS horror game, you're able to look everywhere. You're able to move freely, right? So if you're running around and stuff and the developers want to scare you, they have to either force you to look in a direction, which the player may or may not do. They have to like lock your camera to a certain position, which feels weird because you're not in control for some reason, and that's different from what you've been experiencing. Or you can just like look like you're not paying attention, or you're focused on something else, and then the scare just doesn't happen, and then you miss a huge like reveal or something like that, right? But specifically with games like Myst, where it's every viewpoint is meticulously planned out. You have to click where you want to go, and then boom, you see a painting basically of the exact area that the developers want you to see. The exact like positions of everything is very, very meaningful and very deliberate. And every single frame in that game like generally has meaning. So being able to have your character, your player character and the player locked into those frames and have them used to one sort of thing, and then shatter their expectations by introducing a brand new thing is scary. Like that sort of thing is so cool to me. I love that. Like that terrifies me. And I feel like it's really hard to, like, it's basically impossible to do something like that without that old, like, antiquated style of game, right? The egg was good. Nice. That was your experience with Dead Space? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dead Space is very deliberate in the stuff that they show. Yeah. It's a very old style of game design. I don't necessarily think that it's like a good thing nowadays. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I just think it's, if you go into something nowadays with the intent of making something like that, I think you could probably pull it off very well. It's not going to be for everyone, but I think if like an indie developer wanted to try a Myst style game nowadays, I think they could do it very, very well. And I know some people have tried recently. I think there was a Kickstarter like I don't know, 5-10 years ago of like a Myst style game, but I don't think they pulled it off very well, because I remember hearing some like pretty poor reviews, unfortunately. You think you should use all the tools we have, and that all tools, even old ones, are valid? Yeah. Like if you have an idea and you think that this specific way is going to be how you can best utilize your idea and like present that to the player, I think you should go for it. I think that's really, really cool. So I don't think that's like, for the reasons that I was talking about, where if you give the character full control, like the updated Myst game, like they remade Myst as a 3D FPS where you can freely move throughout the environment. In some ways, that's really cool and really awesome that you can do that. But in other ways, I think it removes something special from the game, because you have free movement now. You can go wherever you want. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing for that style of game. Yeah, it loses a lot of the eeriness. A lot of that goes away. A lot of the suspense goes away, because you can move. So you're like, well, I don't know if you think something's sneaking up behind you, you can just turn and look. It's not that big of a deal. But when you had to like click and wait and then load and then like, oh, there's no one there. Okay, let's keep going. You know, that sort of stuff. It's frustrating. It's very slow, but I think it has a place. I think it has a place. You love Myst a lot. You've got a replica linking book. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. That's really neat. That's really, really neat. It's the only game you guys play together. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. My dad wasn't really into Myst style games for some reason. Like, I don't know if it was like the puzzle nature of it or whatever. He wasn't super into it, but my grandfather was. So every time I went and we stayed at my grandparents' house, I would watch at that time. The only one I remember is my grandfather was playing through, I believe it was Riven. And that was like, that creeped me out. Like the weird like geometry and the buildings and stuff of Riven, just like, I was like, whoa, what's going on? Whoa! And then how there's just like nothing there, and it was even weirder than Myst. Yeah, it was just crazy, right? Oh, but I've never actually played through them all myself. So it would be, again, I suck at puzzle games. So I don't know if it would be worth it for me to play through those games, because I would most likely be relying on like a guide. Like, I would try to do stuff by myself, but probably 90% of the things I just wouldn't be able to get. Like, I would just be dumb, or I would have like chat help me. And I don't know if it would be worth playing through them in that case, but it's definitely something that I've thought about. What about the seventh guest? What's that? Is that a game? Why are you laughing like I'm supposed to know? What is this? Whoa. I don't think I've heard of this one. Haunted house PC game. Your grandma had it. Oh, that's cool. The #1 rated game in '94. The father and mother of all Haunted Mansion games. Wow. You were scared of it? That sounds crazy. I'm just reading up about it. Wow. Stream game throwback night. It'd be kind of interesting to do that. I don't think I would be so the problem is a lot of the throwback games that I would want to play aren't like short games. You know what I mean? So like we could start a game like that. But it's just like I don't know. I love the I was just watching like the trailer on Steam, and there's the live action live action cutscenes where they like overlay stuff onto the game. It's so funny. It's so corny, but it's still like special in its own way, right? It's very, very old school. Yeah. Yeah, the live action cutscenes. So I think the problem with the new like Myst games as well is that they like rendered everything, right? I'm pretty sure they removed all the live action, which is like, why? Like that's one of the things that made the games like unique and good. Have you ever played Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight? I want to say yes. Yes, I have played this game. I don't remember if I beat it, but I have played this game. Dang it, I wasn't paying attention. All right, we don't have any pre-roll ads on the channel, but we do have 3 minutes of ads every hour. It is about that time, so we'll be back in just a second. I want to keep talking about stuff. I'm having a blast. I'll see you all right after this.
I fell in love with the feeling, didn't fall in love with you. It was a song I was singing, it wasn't meant for you. I'm sorry that I can't stay, and I'm sorry we're like years away. I bite your lip, tastes like summertime. I can't forget the days when you were mine. Do you wander the streets every night just to find me too? Like years echoes in the streetlights, in between those spaces, in the moments. Come and find me where we let go. Come and find me where we let go. I fell in love with the feeling and your funny faces. You were beautiful and broken in all the right places. I'm sorry that I can't stay, and I'm sorry we're like years away.
back. Thanks for your patience, y'all. Was it on stream? No, it was at it was at work. I was on a call at work a couple weeks ago. We had a new person. We had like 1 or 2 new people on the call, and I was like, "Morning, y'all," and everyone was like, "Huh?" They were like, "Wait, I thought you lived on the West Coast." And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Well, why do you say y'all?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know." I picked it up somewhere. All right, have a good night, Derek. Y'all is universal? Yeah, I like using y'all. You say it is a byproduct of having dated a Texan. Well, I can't say that's the case for me. I haven't even really been around many people who use y'all, so I have no idea where I picked it up, to be honest. I think that it's like, say it's a faster, easier way of saying hey everyone, right? Just easier to say. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. And it's like there's no gender to y'all either, right? So you don't have to worry about anything. Like you could come in and be like, "Hey guys, how's it going, guys?" But it's like, eh. We don't say hey everyone, we say what's up, gamers. I like how gamers is a universal term as well. It's so funny. I like how I don't know if y'all have watched Momotex, but she uses that all the time. Even though like she only does like art on stream. She plays video games very rarely, but she always refers to everyone as gamers. It's so funny. I love Momo. Man, it's so frustrating. There's so many people that I love watching, and there's just not enough hours in the day. It's so bad. What was it? So I'm one of I'm a huge fan of Henya, right? I'm a huge fan of Henya. I love Henya. But I realized like she just opened up her Discord server after a year. And so I'm kind of fairly active in her Discord server now, but I was talking with some people and they were somebody showed an enamel pin from Henya, like from one of the merch drops, and I was like, huh? Like, wait, enamel pin? That's my thing. Like, I love enamel pins. I want all of them. I collect them enamel pins. That's me. Like, that's almost all the entire merch that I ever want from anybody. If you have an enamel pin, I want it, please. And apparently, because I don't watch her all the time, I completely missed that back in December when she debuted her like second model. She has like a casual outfit model with like dark hair. Like I noticed that happening. Like I saw that in a bunch of clips and that sort of stuff, but she did a merch drop, and in that merch drop was a bunch of cool merch that I would have wanted to buy, but I didn't know it was a thing because I wasn't watching the streams all the time. Yeah, I'm just not parasocial enough. Yeah, her schoolgirl model, yeah. Yeah, pins are so, like, they're the perfect merch. Specifically enamel pins, like small, like the size of a quarter or smaller is the perfect size. I will buy those day in and day out and just become more parasocial. Well, I did get a Henya meet and greet ticket for Off-Kai, so I'm very, very happy. I'll be able to say hello and then stutter through a sentence or two and then leave. And she'll say, hello, nice to meet you, Dio. That's how you felt meeting Iron Mouse? Yeah. I've actually talked to Iron Mouse a couple times at conventions. It's pretty sweet. At least with Iron Mouse, like the time between talking with Iron Mouse, like a bunch of stuff has happened. Obviously, she doesn't remember people that she talks to, like obviously. She talks to thousands and thousands of people every year, right? But at least with Iron Mouse, I can be like, look, I'm a VTuber because of you. Like, you are the reason why this is such a huge part of my life, and I can thank her for just like being her and doing everything that she's done and being so strong and inspirational. Like, I can talk to Iron Mouse and be like, blah, you know? Like, she's awesome. She's so inspirational. Like, she's just crazy, you know? But for like other VTubers that I watch that I'm like a huge fan of, it's harder for me because it's like, I love watching you and I like the stuff that you do. What else am I supposed to say? It's like, hi, you don't know me because I lurk all the time, but I'm a huge fan. Bye. Haven't you done 2 Tob meet and greets? Have I done? No, I've only done 1 Tob meet and greet, and that was the VR thing. But that was pretty cool because at least there was like a bunch of stuff I could talk about. Like, because that was right after I got my 3D model, and I could talk about how like she was a little bit of an inspiration for me getting like into 3D and that sort of stuff. So I could talk with Tob a little bit, even though it's so funny. I enjoy streamers that are way more chaotic than I am. So I feel like whenever like the 2 worlds interact, I feel like there's such a mix. Bleh, there's a little bit of a disconnect, because I enjoy people that kind of go crazy and they're just so funny, and like Tob in particular is just like, her bits are just like insane, and like she goes hard into like the whole like alcohol and drugs and like the Four Loko and the Big Mac that's been on her desk for 2 years, and then, you know, all of that's like crazy. I could never do anything like that. But I can say I love for you that you're able to do all of this stuff and be so entertaining and so like just cool and funny, and it's just crazy, right? The first time we saw Tob, we didn't know it was Tob. Vile, don't remind me, I had forgotten about that. I could have met Saikuno. Wait, is anyone here that doesn't know that story? Wait, is there anyone here that doesn't know that story? Oh my god. Okay, so so back in 2022, I had just started streaming, right? I legit just started streaming in the end of August 2022, and I had committed going to TwitchCon. So I went, that whole summer was pretty busy for me. I went to AX for the first time in my life. And then I started streaming, and then I went to TwitchCon. And at TwitchCon, they had a bunch of like VTuber like meet and greets and stuff, right? There was like one every day. And I made it a point for myself to go to the meet and greet. I didn't really know anyone. Like, I recognized a couple people's names and that sort of stuff. But me being me, I'm so introverted. It's really hard for me to like start a conversation and keep it up, especially when I don't really know a person that well. Like, I can watch somebody, but it's hard for me to like be like, hey, we have a bunch of stuff in common. Let's talk about X, or let's talk about Y, or I have a question about this, or I feel like it's more, I'm more along the lines of somebody who is like an annoyance. Like, it's like, why, like, what value do I have to provide to a conversation? Not much, probably. That's my headspace most of the time when I go to this stuff, right? Yeah, exactly. So what I ended up doing was just I just sort of hung out. I sort of like I ended up being in a couple circles where like good conversations were happening and that sort of stuff, right? And it was fun, but I didn't really know anyone. And all of those things are much better when you like actually have a relationship with somebody there, and you can like go around and like introduce people or talk to people, meet new people, you know, that sort of stuff. It's a lot more difficult when you're by yourself. But anyway, one of those days, and Vile, I'm probably gonna misremember when exactly this happened, because I believe we were together at that point. So I believe it was after, yeah, it was the last day, and it was after a specific meet and greet with, there was like Girl DM and Lena and Cinder and a few other VTubers were doing like an unofficial like meet and greet that was separate from the like mass VTuber like hangout meet and greet sort of thing. So me and Vile ended up meeting up and like getting pictures and signatures and talking to the girls that were doing that small meetup. But afterwards, there was still a lot of like VTubers and stuff hanging around, right? So like everybody, there was still like another, I don't know, half an hour before like the con was over for that last day, and people were like making plans. Nobody wanted to go back inside. Yeah, it was just like everyone just sort of like hung out. The sun was going down, and for the entire weekend, I was like, I know Tob is here. The one person that I wanted to just say hi to and say that I appreciate your streams and I love everything that you do was Tob. That was the one thing, right? So we were just hanging out with everyone that was just still like milling around. Yeah, for a lot of people, it was probably their first meetup. Yeah. It's still early on. It was 2 years ago. It's crazy. So we were just sort of hanging out with everyone else. Nobody wanted to leave. Everyone was making like dinner plans, just like chatting. And I happened to be like next to a group of people that were talking, and I knew a couple of them. I can't remember exactly who they were, but I knew them. They were VTubers, they were streamers, they were somewhat popular, right? And I would like glance over every now and then. I was sort of like in a second circle. Yeah, Twin was there. Yes. Yeah. So, we were just kind of like hanging out, like listening to conversation and stuff. And I like glanced over at one point, and I was trying to figure out who was in the like little circle of VTubers that I knew. And I knew a couple of them, and I was trying to like figure out who the other ones were. You know, not like hopefully in a creepy way, but I was just like really curious who it was, because you never know who's gonna be there, right? And I noticed somebody that I didn't know who it was, and I looked at their badge, and their badge said Saikuno. And my brain sort of like short-circuited, because I was like, that is not Saikuno. I know that for sure. It is not Saikuno. And my brain was like, well, we'll just file that away for later, I guess. I can't figure out who that could be. And then I think I realized later on that I had seen this person before at the larger meet and greet and had seen the Sykkuno thing. And I was just like, who could this be? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. So I just ignored it. I was like, meh, whatever. We leave for the day, fly back home, whatever. I check on Twitter and there was a whole saga of how Sykkuno wanted to go to TwitchCon but had moved over to YouTube at the time and was not allowed in the convention as Sykkuno. So he got kicked out. He was like, you're no longer allowed here. And it was like a whole deal. So apparently throughout the week, which is so stupid. I don't know if it was like a contractual thing or like a legal thing. I have no idea. But apparently like it was a whole saga. So throughout the weekend, he was there, but he was borrowing other people's badges in order to go into the con. And apparently on the last day, the person that ended up lending him their badge was Tob. And the person that I had been looking for all weekend, the one person that I wanted to meet all weekend, had literally been standing next to me having a conversation as Sykkuno for over an hour, multiple days. So and I only found this out afterwards. So if my brain hadn't short-circuited and been like, well, that's obviously not Sykkuno. I thought it was like somebody with a fake badge or something, right? I was like, oh, it must just be like a fan, somebody who's a fan of Sykkuno. I don't know. Yeah, same. Me and Vilesight both had the same reaction. So, yeah. So technically, I had been in the vicinity of and perhaps talked to Tob without even knowing it was her. So that's fun. Like literally standing next to. Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah. That's fun. Yeah, almost anime levels of misunderstanding. It's just actually crazy. And I have yet to actually meet Tob in person ever since. It's just not happened. At least this year Sykkuno can be there with his real badge. Yeah, that's true. Surprised that with the name spelling incident he went back. Yeah, it's I wish I had a better memory for these sort of things, because like so many cool things happen at conventions. Like I've been to a handful now, and it's just like, unless I have like a little trigger, like that story I remember very well, but like the edges of it are a little bit fuzzy, like the time period that had happened, you know, and all of that. So like that's how my memory works, right? So like I remember the core of the story, but all of the like little details around it are a little bit fuzzy, a little bit hazy. The time period's a little bit hazy, because like, let's be fair, conventions are crazy. Like it's usually just like non-stop, go, days blend into other days. But yeah. to stand out for you because you got to meet Lena. A lot of the details are hazier now that it's been over almost 2 years. Yeah. Yep. At least, yeah, it's so funny. We ended up being able to meet Lena both years that we've gone, huh? Like it's like somehow me and Vile end up meeting up, and then we say hi to Lena. It's happened both years. Lena is the sweetest. She is awesome. She is so nice. Like really, I can't say enough good things about Lena. Like, I love her streams and everything. I wish I could watch more, just like every freaking other thing. Like every other streamer that I love, I wish I could watch more of her stuff. But yeah, she's just really good. Almost every single VTuber you've met has been wonderful. Yeah. And even even Vile, you know a little bit about this. But the last year when we were in line and we were like the last ones to get photos with them, because Lena and Juniper were there, and we were like the last ones in that line to get photos. So the people around them were all massive VTubers as well, that I found out. Vile, I don't know if you realize that either. But Heavenly Father was there, Joel was there, who else was there? There were like 5 massive VTubers that were trying to like tear them away. They were like, guys, you can't be doing this in the middle of like the entrance. They're like, guys, this is not a good thing. Oh. There was an incident. Yes, there was an incident. Speaking of parasocials, yeah, there was there was a problem person that had been stalking people, which is always fun. Very, very fun. Yeah, we actually ran into them. I ran into them before it was really known. But they were bothering Aethel and Buff's group quite a bit that day. Yeah, so they were hanging around Aethel for quite a bit, and then Buff and Basil and a couple others like came over and said hi to Aethel, and then he like migrated over to their group. And then he was at the back of the line when me and Vile were in line to get pictures with Juniper and Lena. You have yet to meet Aethel? Wait, really? Oh no. Well, hopefully he's gonna be at TwitchCon this year. I don't think is he still planning on being at AX? I know, like, I don't think anyone here is planning on going to AX. I haven't heard anyone talk about it. But I'm pretty sure he's still planning on doing AX, right? You enjoyed watching you chase after him while we were having dinner? Oh yeah, we were. I tried to find that in stream, but you can't really tell what happened. You can't really tell what happened. But it was AX last year, right? Me and Notes and Ruined Voyage were going to dinner in Little Tokyo. And we were waiting outside for our table to be called. We were just waiting in line, and who comes by with the live stream but Aethel, Nyan, and Tectone? And like a small entourage of people. Zephyros was late, so he wasn't in line with us. But yeah, Zephyros was on the way as well. We had dinner with Zephyros. But they walked past, and I was like, I mean, I can't not say something. It's just so much of a coincidence, because that was like, I think the 4th time I had run into Aethel that entire weekend, completely by accident. Like, I'm not generally a person who will try to track someone down, because I think that's like creep behavior. Like, maybe the first time, like if there's a live stream and they're like inviting people to like say hi and that sort of stuff, I'll make an effort to go up and just say, hey, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, blah, blah, blah. You know, that sort of stuff. You can see me awkwardly interact in a couple of the live streams from that sort of stuff. But in that instance, I think that was the 4th time that I had accidentally run into Aethel and Yan or Nyan over the weekend. Like, we ran into each other twice, just like on the sidewalk, like away from the con before that. And then the first time was during their first live stream at AX. It was just really like a what the heck sort of thing. So we were in line waiting at the restaurant. I was like, I can't believe this is the 4th time. So they walked past and I was like, well, I gotta do something. And completely out of character for me, I ran up to them as they were walking past, and I grabbed Aethel by the shoulders behind him. And I was like, yo! And I should not have done that. I should not have done that. Do not do that. Please do not do that. Thankfully, he knows what I look like, and like, we're on friendly terms. But I was like, yo. Yeah, we have a little bit of history. We have talked multiple times on and offline. So it's not like I'm a complete stranger or anything. but yeah, so I was just like, I couldn't leave the opportunity on the table. So I just ran up and I was like, oh. And he was like, oh. He was like, oh, Eggy. That's why I still have all of my facial features intact. Because if you don't know, I would not want to get destroyed by Aethel. Yeah, don't surprise anyone, but especially don't surprise people that can smear you across the sidewalk. That is not something that you should do. Don't surprise anyone, but definitely not him. Yeah, that was, again, I don't know what came over me. I hope it never happens again. That was so out of character for me. It's crazy. Like, actually crazy. I don't know. It was the hunger, probably. I was so tired and hungry at that point. I think my brain had just switched off. Oh. Yeah, it also, whenever I go to a convention, I usually only eat once a day. So, like, generally I only eat twice a day. Like, I skip breakfast almost every day. Sometimes on the weekends I'll eat a breakfast because it's special and I can eat more calories on the weekends because I told myself I can. But on weekdays, I skip breakfast entirely. I have something little for lunch, and then sometimes I have something after stream or whatever. So normally I'm fine, like, fasting, and it just kicks into overdrive for conventions because I've got so much that I want to see and do. I don't make time to eat, which sucks because you don't want to do that. You want to force yourself to at least eat something little so that you have energy to keep going. Yeah, somehow my lifestyle makes it a little bit easier to go 16 hours at a con for 3 days. You try to get something in the morning, usually do dinner and maybe a snack for lunch. I just don't have, like, unless there's something. So here's the thing for me. Okay, so here's what happens. I wake up early and I check the clock. Like I usually set my alarm like crazy early. And then I check the alarm and I have enough time to get dressed, pack the stuff into my little bag for the day, like make sure I have all my essentials, and then run out the door and get in line to get into the con. Especially something like AX or whatever, where there's like, you have to wait in line for multiple hours. At what point in that time would I have time to grab food? There's no time. There's nothing. So I could wake up an extra half hour or hour early, and either A, brave lines at some breakfast place that I'm not familiar with, and maybe I'll get breakfast, maybe I'll spend an hour waiting for breakfast, or I'll go to like the hotel's breakfast. But generally by the time you leave, like when you have to leave your hotel in order to get into a con, like when they open, you generally are leaving like before breakfast hours even open at a hotel. So what are you supposed to do? You just, like, the best thing you can do generally is to like buy a snack or something the day before and then have that on your way to the con, or eat it in line, or, you know, that sort of stuff. Like that's what I've done as well. That's definitely something that I've done as well. You have a trick if you're interested? Ooh, yeah, share your knowledge. Especially when there aren't reasonable places to grab food. Oh, wise notes of Noodle. Share your knowledge with the chat. Vegas made that easy, but your legs did not cooperate. Not for me. My hotel was 20 minutes walking distance away from the con, and there were 0 food places in between. I was in the middle of nowhere. That's on me though. I just didn't know. I didn't know Vegas, and I was trying to grab the closest hotel that I possibly could, and I just picked the first one that was close. Yeah, the monorail in Vegas, there was so many, it was so crowded and so annoying. Like, I never used it. I bought a pass for the monorail. It was like 30 or 40 bucks or something for the weekend. I never used it. I'm so dumb. Be glad you didn't. You pregame at start? Oh, you pregame at Smart and Final? You buy breakfast biscuits and quick to eat snacks like granola bars you keep in your bag until you get to the place that is affordable, or it's like a mini Costco. Oh, okay. So that's kind of what I've ended up doing. If you want a little food, yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Keep some granola bars on you. I think I'm going to end up doing that from now on. Granola bars is actually a really good idea. It doesn't take up a lot of room too. Yeah, like protein bars or granola bars or something along those lines. Yeah, for sure. So what I've been doing ever since, like, I think ever since the first AX that I went to, what I do is, if it's nearby, I'll walk. But if it's not, I will Uber Eats. The following list of things: I will get some kind of carb that is easy to snack on, like a bag of Chex Mix, like a large bag of Chex Mix, something along those lines, so that I have it in my hotel room just in case for some reason I have zero things to eat and it's way too late or something along those lines. I will always have food in my hotel room that I can eat. And then because not every place has potable water or like good water. Like I found out Vegas, you can drink the water. It's horrible. It's so bad. So the other thing that I order is or pick up is about a gallon of water, at least a gallon of water. So I'll get one of those. At least 1 gallon of water I will have just in the hotel room as well. Yeah, I always Google it and I'm like, is it okay to drink X water from whatever? And then people are like, yeah, you can technically drink the water in Vegas. It's not gonna kill you. But it is extremely hard. It's hard water. And that there's like tons of like minerals and crap in there. And you can tell by like looking at all of the faucets, they're all like crusted over. It's really bad. And then the third thing that I always get along with those is a pack of energy drinks. Monster White usually. Don't take this advice, but I kind of need energy. So I get one of those, like a 4-pack usually for the weekend. And then the fourth thing that I get is a pack of flushable wipes, because you know what? Nowhere in the US has bidets except for my own apartment. So you know what? If I can't have a bidet, that's the next best thing. And they are passable. They're okay. But usually it's like those 4 things are like my go-to. But I think I might I think you're right. I think I might add like a box or a number of like granola bars or something that I can throw into my bag and at least have some sort of calories. Yeah. I don't know why I haven't thought of that before. But that's a really good idea. So in my defense, the past couple of cons that I've gone to, I'm just not really in my hotel room at all. And by the time when I am in my hotel room, it's like at night. So I haven't really drank the energy drinks. Like, I think the past couple times that I've done it, I've only had like 2 of the 4 that I had. And I had to like just leave them in the fridge when I left. Hopefully one of the cleaners can be like, oh, these are unopened energy drinks, and they can just like take them for themselves or something. I don't know. It's called emergency provisions and it will save you. Yeah. You got us when we come to TwitchCon. Ooh, nice. I'm actually really excited. So I'm gonna share. Since we're talking about it, I'll probably share this when we get closer to it. But I found one of my favorite restaurants of all time last time I was in San Diego for Comic-Con. And it is a Mexican place, and it is open. I think it was open till midnight. And I ended up going there every night that I was there. It wasn't 24 hours. I think it was either open till midnight or like 2 a.m. or something. Was it Roberto's? Let me check. Let me check. I have to check my phone. Give me a sec. It's been a little bit. There we go. Whoa, they close earlier now. Holy. Okay, so it's not Roberto's. They're called Pokez. P-O-K-E-Z Mexican restaurants. You know that place? It was incredible. Your friend knew the owner, used to go there all the time. Oh, no way. Oh, it's so good. I would like line up there after the con let out. I would just make a beeline directly there and get in line and then order my food and then just walk to the hotel and then eat the food in the hotel. It was so good. God, oh, I miss that place so much. I've heard Roberto's. Actually, where I did this. Okay, so the difference is Roberto's is not within walking distance of the con. And every place that I went to needs to be within walking distance of the con. So it looks like Roberto's is pretty far away. That's probably why I didn't end up going. Everything that I go, it needs to be like a 20-minute walk ish in that area. But yeah, I'll definitely be able to I'll definitely have to ping you notes for this next trip. So glad you're not playing, yet you're still using. You're still using my Fushuan. Good. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, my hotel this time is much closer than it was last time. So hopefully this works out. It's a little bit sketchy, but we'll see how it works out. I'm hoping that it's okay and we don't run into another I'ma die sweaty situation, but I'll keep y'all updated. You were barely a mile away last time and it was a straight walk there. Yeah, I was at I think I was at Embassy Suites last time, which looks a lot closer than it actually is. It is 0.6 miles. So I was only 0.6 miles. It was it's like a 15-minute walk. But I did the same thing here that I did in Vegas, where I didn't realize that the primary entrance to the con was gonna be on one side of the convention and not the other. I'ma die sweaty. So I made the same mistake. Exactly. I made the same mistake where I got a hotel basically on the opposite side of where the entrance to the con is. So I had to walk extra far. You stayed at the Westin. Yeah. So it's the same thing with the with Vegas. So the Las Vegas Convention Center is a huge campus, like massive campus. And I had misread which building was that we were gonna have TwitchCon in. And so I ended up going to a hotel that was close to the south side of Las Vegas Convention Center. But basically, the con was in the largest building, which is basically the north side of the convention campus. And so I had to walk about 25 minutes in the Las Vegas heat. It was bad. So by the end, I was just taking Ubers back to the hotel because it was that bad. You stayed in Excalibur. It was too far away. Yeah, I almost wish that I was on the strip though. Like if I was gonna be that far away anyway, I might as well have been like in another hotel on the strip.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
But yeah, it's like at least I would have had more of like the Vegas experience, right? Like I would have been able to just like go downstairs and maybe try some slots or something like that. But instead I was just like in the middle of nowhere with very little food around, very little things to do. And I was so tired from walking back and forth to the con every day. I was just exhausted. So I ended up just like ordering takeout every day and getting it delivered to my hotel room. So like Vegas was really annoying for me. My fault. Almost all of it was my fault. I recognize that. But it still felt bad. But I am excited for TwitchCon next week because it's all in one building. And I was very lucky. I was very lucky to get a hotel room inside the hotel that the con is happening. So I'm expecting to not get any sleep because I've heard that there are like parties and that sort of stuff in the hotel. So I'm expecting that it's going to be really annoying and very loud, but I will have a room right there. So I don't even have to go outside if I don't want to. And also the hotel has a free shuttle from the airport. So I don't even have to get an Uber from the airport. I'm just like like I'm praying that nothing, like everything seems to be like in order. I'm very happy. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. The original plan had been to do that as well. Yeah, like the whole thing, like I don't know if it's gonna keep happening, but the coolest thing about Offkai was the fact that everything was in one building. The hotel is huge, and in the middle of the hotel, where like a lot of the convention center stuff is happening, like underneath the ground, there's a giant like atrium where you can just hang out. So apparently a lot of people made a bunch of friends and just hung out and talked like well into the night and just like had a bunch of fun just hanging out in the atrium after the con closed or like during some downtime. So I really wanted to just get into the hotel and not have like a lot of things to think about. That's what you did at AX 2001. Ooh, yeah, see, it's like really cool, right? Like you don't have to think about a lot of stuff. You can just like hang out, and if you get tired, you just go up a couple floors, go into your hotel room. No big deal. Instead of needing to like get an Uber or walking 30 minutes or whatever, you know? AX of the good old days. Yeah, my first AX experience was 2 years ago, so. Congrats on doing your dailies notes. Comic-Con used to be chill too. Yeah, I've heard that San Diego Comic-Con is just ugh. AX was in 2000 at a Disneyland hotel. I think you've mentioned that before. I wonder if Offkai is gonna have the same sort of thing happen, where like 20 years from now, if it's still a thing, if VTubers are still a thing 20 years from now, it's gonna be this massive convention, and then people are gonna be like, I remember when Offkai was in a little hotel and there was an atrium and everyone just kind of hung out. And we played with rocks. Oh, that sounds awesome, Chemist. Yeah. Old Pappy Eggy telling us stories of the days of VTubing. I wonder how it's gonna look. I wonder how streaming is gonna look like decades from now. It's just like, I wonder if it's even gonna be recognizable. Sadly, you hope it's not AI run. I bet there's gonna be more and more AI streamers for sure. Gonna just upload your brain directly into Vile Science future model. Yeah, right. If my body keeps breaking down, I will be super happy to just discard my mortal flesh and upload my consciousness somewhere. Meanwhile, Eggy will be an actual cyborg. Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I probably don't have the money for it, but I'm super down, totally down. I like how I combined totally and super into tuper. Classic Eggy moment. Embrace the oncoming singularity. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. God, I wish I had time off and money enough so that I could do Offkai, AX, and TwitchCon.
I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
Why are we chilling in Cedar Rapids? Because chilling, Eggy. I gotcha. Wish you had money to chill in Cedar Rapids. That's where the first full bodegaing meetup will be. What is Cedar Rapids? No. Technically, the first major Bidet Gang meetup was last TwitchCon. We had like what five or six of us. We were supposed to all get KBBQ together, but that didn't happen, did it? I was so depressed that week, that afternoon. It was Notes. It wasn't just you. It was literally everybody. It was literally everybody. It's like, as we got closer to the time that I had the that we had the reservation for, like literally one by one, people would be like, sorry, something came up. I have an emergency. I have to go. It was literally down to just like myself and I think Nikki. I think Nikki could still make it. But the problem is I had a reservation for like 10 people. And I was like, man, we can't just show up with just the two of us. So we just canceled at that point. I was so depressed. Oh, out here making 10 friends real quick. No, it was pre-planned. There's no way I can make 10 friends that quickly. And also, like, I messaged a couple people that would have filled in, but literally the two groups that I messaged, I was like, guys, I have a reservation, KBBQ, it's a really good place, and it's in like a half hour. And both groups were like, oh man, we just ate though. And I was like, who eats that early? It was so, like, it was literally the worst, like, of like everything. It was just so bad. No, but I did know them. Like, it was like everyone that I was gonna eat with originally, like, I know pretty well, but I still have like friends and people that I know, like not super well, but I've hung out with them a couple times, like we've chatted, like we know each other, right? But I wouldn't necessarily be like, hey, let's go eat something, generally. But as like a last resort, I like pinged a couple people and I was like, hey, do you and your friends want to come, because we got some openings? And literally both groups of people that I pinged were like, dude, we would go, but we literally just ate. Oh, it was so bad. Yeah, I was very, very unlucky. But oh well, hopefully, I'm hoping that we can plan for more stuff this year. Hopefully we can get dinner and do all of that this year. Yeah. But yeah, as far as like Bidet Gang meetup though, we did hang up. I was kind of like running around all the time, so I didn't really like spend a ton. Like, I kind of feel bad because there was a bunch of y'all there and I didn't really hang out too much. I was like running around trying to meet a bunch of people and I was being dumb about it. But we did. There was like a good like 6 of us or something like that ended up hanging out in at TwitchCon last year for at least a little bit. We like walked around. Spent most of your time hanging out with Curse. Yeah, you two were together for most of the weekend. Which is pretty cool. At least you got along, right? Like, imagine, because I'm pretty sure y'all haven't actually spent time together, right? Imagine if you like meet up and you just can't stand each other IRL. You kind of had to. Curse was super fun. Yeah. Curse is somewhere sneezing. Yeah, it sounds like you guys made some memories, which is pretty awesome. I can't even take credit for that because y'all were in Emily's community before. Dang it, man. These friggin' it's been another hour. Let's run the ad. Yeah, it's about that time, unfortunately. Let's run the ad and then we'll see how we're feeling when we come back. Maybe we can actually play some Star Rail. But I don't know. It's been freaking 3 hours of yapping. That's crazy. But yeah, we'll be back after this. I'm gonna play some music and run to the restroom, and I'll see y'all in just a sec. we're back. We're back. That was a little bit more than 3 minutes because I got lost. I was checking. I like went to the bathroom and then I came back and I was like browsing Discord, and then I like slowly looked over and I noticed that the 3-minute timer had been gone for a little bit, and I was like, oh. I was just vibing to the music. Holy. The remodel must have been good. Yeah. Yeah, they added an entire hallway and multiple rooms to my apartment. I went to the right down the hall instead of left. Yeah. I didn't go to the bidet throne. I went to the other space. Acheron moment. No. I wish. Sorry, I keep seeing cookie emotes. I keep thinking about that. I wish there was more that I could do. I feel like I'm like there's like, what can you do other than spread the word, you know? Yeah, there's so little. It's like a giant like he said she said sort of thing, which just sucks. It just gets so messy sort of thing, you know? So if people here don't know, this, I guess some people could consider this drama, like drama tuber sort of stuff. But for me, it's like kind of really personal because I've watched Meat for a long time now, and she's caught up in this. Both Meat and Koki were part of, or are part of the South Side, which is just like a group of friends that are VTubers that stream together. And it turns out that they had attempted to, about a year ago, they'd attempted to get into MSM, which is a management company. As like individual VTubers, they tried to apply and get in, and throughout the past like year and a half, it's turned out that the person behind that company has done potentially, allegedly, yeah, this was pre 3 a.m. debut, which is another, it's a small group that they're part of, possibly has involved them in accusations of doxing and grooming and a bunch of other crap that they haven't done, and has spread all of this information to a bunch of other very large VTubers and VTube friend groups. And Koki and Meats and other Southside members, including Crimbo and some other former MSM talents, have noticed that that friends that they had made were slowly starting to disappear on them, and they couldn't figure it out until finally some things clicked in place, and they realized that people that are being that are shutting them out and not talking to them anymore and a bunch of other things all led back to a singular point. And I didn't even know this, but in Koki's stream yesterday, she actually said that this happened to her twice, and once to Meat, but they had literally been doxxed. Which, like, I watched both of them. I have consumed a lot of meat content, and I was not aware of this at all. So that really surprised me. But apparently, someone online had spread their personal information out. For Koki, it was multiple times. And that's just like, it's not like, I don't understand why somebody would do something like that, except, as we found out, there is a certain person that is related to all of this who is on record as saying that they want the attention of 4chan, and they were really happy to finally have gotten the attention of 4chan. And that is just, that lines up. It just makes sense. If you want the attention of degenerate groups of people that do a lot of bad things, like, you're gonna do bad things to get their attention. And I don't know why anyone would want that, but I can see how the lines cross and it makes sense, you know? So, to add insult to injury, not only were these two literally doxed themselves, but this person was spreading rumors that they themselves were doxing other people. So it's like, you have a crime committed against you. You're feeling super vulnerable. It's like one of the worst things that can happen to you, even as like a non-VTuber streamer. Like, you don't want to get doxxed. You don't want your place of residence or your family name, you know, that sort of stuff. You don't want that just like out in the general like populace. But not only does that happen to like you, but then you find out that somebody is spreading rumors that you're literally doing that to other people. Like, what the hell? That's so bad. And it doesn't stop there. There were other accusations as well. It's high school crap. It is, but it's like, it's worse than that, right? It's the high school mindset. It's like the high school clique/bully mindset, right? But what's super dumb is both of these ladies are ladies. They're not high school students. They're not college students. They're, you know, they're like, they've been around the block, and some of the things that they're being accused of they're being accused of just being like petty, cliquey, like terrible, like young girls, which couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth. It's just like, I can't. I can't. Anyone who knows them should be able to be like, something isn't right here. But then you take all of this and you have to remove some logic from it, because the person that is saying this is a person who has considerable power over the people that they're telling. So even the people that have maybe retaliated or have like cut these two or the Southside people or former talents like out of their lives, or blocked them, or like maybe said some nasty words or accused them or spread the accusations, it's not necessarily even their fault, because the person that was telling them all of this was supposedly a very reliable source. and actually controls a lot of the revenue of their channels. When somebody controls your merch and your ads and your sponsors, like, that's a lot. That's a lot. And whether you like believe somebody like that, like 100%, like that's still, you know, it just makes sense that there's a lot there that you would be like, oh wow, yeah. And then once that starts getting spread around to like other larger VTubers who are also under that branch, under that, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that kind of makes a little bit of sense. Sure, okay, I can kind of see that. But yeah, I think it is really telling that as emotional as Koki was in her stream last night, she did like a 45-50 minute stream where she showed some receipts. She talked about like what her and Meat and the rest of them have been going through for the past year plus, and a bunch of other stuff. She still was gracious enough to not blame a lot of the talents. And she said, take what you see, learn for yourself, listen to both sides, and come up with your own resolution to all of this. See where the evidence leads, see how people react to this, wait for the statements from other people that are involved, and then make what you will of it. And I think that is by far the best way that you can handle something like this. And it's really sad that they had to go through so much of this and they were trying to handle this quietly for a year plus, and finally they were just pushed to the breaking point. Talking about the things on Twitter. Yeah, Havasard, welcome in. Yeah, it's really frustrating. I finally got around to Koki did a live stream last night talking about her point of view on all of this, and that was sort of like the final thing that made me go like, oh, this is really, really bad. And it's so frustrating because I didn't even realize how many large indie VTubers are involved in this, as far as like that talent agency. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many. And it's like, no wonder, like, when you have that entire list there, and then knowing that most likely all of them, I mean, probably not all of them, but there's a possibility that all of them on that list have heard the same bad things about you, the same false statements about you, and they're all probably believing it. And when you have that huge chunk of the community, which is it's a huge chunk of the indie VTubing community, convinced of one thing, like, what are you gonna do about it? You can't. Like, there's literally nothing. So the only thing that you can do is hopefully reach out to people in private and be like, hey, like, what's going on? We're trying to figure out what's going on. And when these people won't talk to you, like, then you're kind of pushed in the corner like this, right? So I don't know. It seems to me like, just like hearing all of the stuff, hearing everything that's been going on, like I've been following, like, Crimbo's been talking about it on Twitter a little bit, and like I'm sort of in, not like super in, but you know how what is it, Cabal posted on Twitter, and he was like, I really don't like Crimbo. And I was like, whoa, okay. Like, okay. I kind of see it. Crimbo is a very strong personality. Not everyone's gonna love the guy. I understand, right? He's not my favorite person to watch ever. But it still kind of came out of nowhere. I was like, okay, whoa, okay. But it just, yeah. Like, I feel like coming from that person has a lot of weight, because I feel like Cabal has his own, like if Cabal is making a statement about something, like, I trust the guy, you know? Like, he's fostered such an awesome community, just like all super positive, like the voice actors around him, the artists around him, it's super crazy. And to have him come out and be like, yo, this guy sucks. And like, just like flat out, I don't think I've ever seen Cabal say anything like this before. So I was like, oh, well, who's right, who's wrong? Like, obviously, if he's taking this strong of a stance, maybe the allegations and stuff are true. Maybe he knows something that I don't. But then yesterday he retracted his statement. So something happened behind the scenes where Cabal was like, and he still made it. He was like, look, I still don't like the guy, which is wild. It's like, okay. He's like, I still don't like the guy, but I spoke too soon. And that is what I expected from Cabal. He is an adult. He has lived his life. He has gone through many, many things. He has run a business. He knows what is up. He knows how to handle these sorts of things. So having him retract his previous statement, I hope to God somebody on the inside has spoken to him and was like, look, there is valid things happening here. Oh yeah, Crimbo is like the opposite of a clout chaser. Yeah, Crimbo is doing his own thing, off in his own lane. Yeah, he is just over there. So if Crimbo is like putting people on blast and saying a lot of stuff like this, I'm inclined to believe him. But when you have somebody as large and influential in the indie scene as Cabal is coming out against him, then it's like, whoa, well, okay then. Well, maybe we should reevaluate this, you know? But, and then you dig further and you find out that it's not just 3 a.m. It's not just the South Side. Apparently there's other people involved too. You've got a lot of negative things and potentially false rumors being spread from this same person about false ID, which, love him or hate him, as far as I can tell, the guy has stayed on the same track for the past 4 years. He's just a guy who loves VTubers and is trying to do what he loves to do, which is spread the word of certain things that are happening, right? So like False was dragged in, and then I'm hearing that Takahata was also dragged in, which again, like, Takahata is basically like I equate him to Cabal, but like on a slightly higher level, because he's been around for much longer in the scene. But he basically does the same things where he fosters his community. A lot of voice actors like gather around him. He creates a very, for the most part, he's created a very welcoming, open space for a bunch of very small VTubers to like just come in, have a good time. He gives them a platform and they just have a good time, right? So, like we were saying, we were talking about Taka in the Discord earlier before stream, and yes, he is not perfect. Taka has things. If you go into his past, he has said things, he has done things that aren't the best. However, as far as I'm concerned, from what I've seen, he has made leaps and bounds of effort to distance himself from certain things that he's done in the past and certain groups that he's been a part of in the past, and has apologized or done his best to make good on everything that he may have done in the past that is sketchy or maybe not very tactful. So I feel like in my opinion, and again, I haven't been in this community for like a long time, but having somebody go after Meat and Koki and like little guys, like, well, I don't want to call Crimbo a little guy, but like the smaller like groups of VTubers like the South Side, they're pretty niche. They're pretty small as far as like VTubing groups go. Going after them, as well as False, and as well as Takahata, and a couple other people like that, it seems like this is a very personal vendetta type thing. Like, you don't like this group of people, you don't like these people for certain things, maybe they said something or whatever, all of a sudden bad things are being spread about them. So having all of these people grouped together and having, from all of their from what we've heard, all of their perspectives, falsities being spread about them from one particular person slash friend group. Just what? Huh? Wait, was Charlie included in that? Because I might have missed that. Was Charlie getting dissed as well? I might have missed that part of it. Who? Huh? You know how many people have tried to go after Charlie? And you know how many people have succeeded in finding bad things in Charlie's life? The man is pretty much as squeaky clean as you can get in the YouTubing space, in online anything, really. Like, many people have tried to take him down, and nobody has succeeded. And what does he have to do with all these other people, right? I mean, technically, okay, so technically, Charlie does own a VTubing company now. So I guess maybe that's where the connection is. Like, he does own a VTubing agency now. So maybe that's why? I don't know. Maybe they had some bad interactions through that, trying to do like collabs and stuff. I don't know. But come on. But yeah. So yeah. Maybe it's about poaching clients. I don't know, maybe. Maybe, it could be. But even so, business is business, right? The person themselves said that they're a hustler. And if you get out hustled by somebody, you got out hustled by somebody. You live by the sword, you die by the sword, right? You can't then go behind their back and start spreading false rumors about them and be like, I got him. Like, that's just sick. That's twisted behavior. It's just, no. What's the point of going after 3 a.m.? I have no idea. It's more about keeping any uprising competition down. Hence why 3am. I could see something along the lines of they had just signed Vichiban as like a small like group of people that does stuff together and sells merch and does like convention stuff and sells ads and stuff. 3am is very similar to that. I think as far as like their viewer counts and sub counts and stuff, they're smaller than Vichiban. But I could see the line of thought as to, we just did this, and now these other guys are trying to do this as well, and I don't want the competition, so let's do what we can. Let's, you know what I mean? Maybe they'll take advertisers away. I don't know. What are they gonna do? Steal members? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't make sense to me. Like, their roster is already so strong. They already have some of the largest talent in the indie VTubing scene on their roster. So going after like these smaller people and stuff, and yeah, it is still, that's true. Vertigos, that is true. It is still a developing situation. We know that there's many people talking about this behind the scenes. And apparently a bunch of artists and VTubers will be sharing their stories in the coming weeks. I don't know. But it certainly sounds like this is ongoing and we'll be slowly learning more information. And I'm just like I said at the beginning of this segment, I'm heartbroken that some of my favorite personalities, some of my favorite streamers are on either side of this situation. And I feel like it's unfair to both sides. It's really the same side. Yeah, I know. Like, they don't know it. But it's just, for me, it's sad that I can't do anything except try and spread the information that we do have and hopefully spread awareness. And I sincerely hope that in the coming weeks the truth will come out and friendships will be able to be mended, because it just breaks my heart to see something like this happen. Yeah, well, it's really upsetting because stuff like this can and will happen, you know. I'm just hoping that, like, hopefully through this people will be less quick to pull the trigger on a block or on a believe, you know, and maybe discuss things like adults should do. You know? Yeah, be an adult about it. Especially for people like people that you've been like serious friends with or have talked to for quite a bit. I feel like you should still open a line of communication. Like, I've definitely even as a VTuber, I have heard things about certain people in these communities, and I have taken action on those sometimes without talking to the person. Okay, I've had that experience. However, in those times, I didn't know the person like that well, like they weren't a friend of mine, and I had many people that I trust all come to me with the same information. So in those cases, or in that particular case, I was like, okay, I'm gonna trust everyone and we're gonna move forward. Mandatory report VTubing, yeah. Yeah, there was drama a while ago. But Thankfully, we haven't really had anything. It was about you, wasn't it? No. But yeah, it was just one of those things where it's like I had enough people come to me with the same exact story, the same exact things, or like all of the things lined up with everyone's stories, and then the person's actions beyond that just made it even worse. So I was fine taking action without. I just didn't want to talk to the person at all. You know, so I can understand. In that case, in some instances like that, right? I can kind of get it. However, like if somebody came to me and had like a lot of bad things to say about like the people that I've streamed with or some of the regulars in this stream, I would be doing my best to get every point of view that I possibly can. You know? I want to know the whole story and I want to hear everyone's side. And it's just really sad. It's really difficult to do that. It takes a lot of effort, and it takes a big person to be able to do something like that, for sure. But it's the harder thing to do, but it's also the right thing to do. You're an awful person, and whatever you say you deserve. No, don't say that. It's useful to be impartial and fully considerate of the situation. Yeah, but sometimes it's not possible to do that, especially with certain triggers or with certain people. Sometimes it's just better to remove yourself from that situation. Sometimes, like if it's a situation similar to like what you've gone through before and you just can't emotionally handle something like that, sometimes it's the right thing to do. I totally get it. But yeah, hopefully the more information that comes out of stuff like this will make people like double check. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Y'all are funny. Last drama you know of is all the Niji stuff. I don't even think the Niji stuff is drama. That's just like straight up, like not to get into a whole other topic, but the Niji stuff is just straight up like illegal, like black company, like just horrible crap that they've had to deal with. Fanny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry that you're here when we're talking about this stuff. Oh yeah, Derek, we're talking about so around Twitter, a bunch of people from the South Side and other larger and smaller creators have all spoken out against a single person spreading misinformation and really damaging rumors and that sort of stuff. So like specifically, if you want to know more about it, False ID's latest video has a lot on it, and Koki has a live stream that she did last night that went over her and Meat and a couple other people's perspective on this situation. Yeah, it's not a cancellation. It's way worse than that. It's like an actual serious, not drama situation. It's like an actual, like bad, like slander, really bad stuff. This stream is off, Honkai off rails. We've been yapping for 4 hours now. Like actual crime. Probably most likely from the receipts and stuff that people have been talking about so far, it's probably provable. Like provable slander, that sort of stuff. But I'm not a lawyer, so yeah, it depends on legal counsel and all of that. So if they're not an LLC, then there's an actual crime for sure. That's another thing, is I couldn't watch the whole, like, what's his name, the red pill based hard right or alt right lawyer guy that's in the VTubing scene right now has gone over this situation as far as the as far as the LLC stuff goes. Apparently it's like a legal, like, kind of thing. I sort of skimmed the stream. I couldn't watch the full 2 hours. I can't. I would like to know more. I wish somebody other than him was looking through this situation, but whatever. But yeah, False is directly caught up in this as somebody who has been apparently has had rumors made against him. Are they an alt-right guy? If they aren't an alt-right guy, their past like 2 or 3 years of content is them doing a very, very good impression of being an alt-right sympathizer. So yeah. I think I've talked about this before, but yeah, they are very, very, their past content has been very pro-Trump and very pro alt-right stuff, and just it's like it could very much be what do you call it, like reactionary content, like this is what he believes is going to get him the most clicks and that's the only reason why he's doing it. I can totally get that, but he also even now has clips where with the R word in them and a bunch of other stuff that just makes me not even want to deal with it. So I'm just not super happy with that. But yeah, again, this is just like False's last video was 4 days ago. Yeah, it was the one from 4 days ago. Yep. And apparently we'll yeah, False was on like a 2-week break. I think it was like at least 2 weeks, and people were thinking that that Niji Sanji finally got him. They're like, oh no. But then he came back with this story and everyone was like, oh, okay. And then they listened to the story and they're like, oh no. Yeah, you saw the comments on the video. Yeah. Yeah, I think the first like third or the first half of the video is all relevant to this. I definitely recommend you watch it for sure. I should probably, with the more context that I have now, I should probably rewatch it at some point. Just so that I can get like, because now that I know a lot more, I can probably absorb a lot more information from what False was talking about. You weren't gonna say anything, but the nature of what False does will always have its haters. Oh yeah, like there's from the very beginning, False has had people that are like, oh, he's just a clout chaser, he's just a drama tuber, he doesn't care about anybody, he just cares about clicks and money. Blinky, I'm actually really interested in hearing what Crimbo has to say. I haven't seen like a specific VOD or a specific like clip or timestamp. Could you post that to the VTubers channel in our Discord? Would you mind? Because that's another thing that I've been wanting to follow up on. I've just been seeing what Crimbo's saying on like Twitter and that sort of thing. But yeah, False, like, again, he's a very divisive individual. He doesn't take any crap. He does what he wants. And for me, just like following him for as long as I have, I don't think he has any ill intentions. I think he's just very protective of the community, and he does his best to show like everything that he sees happening in a pretty good light. Like I feel like he gives both sides a pretty good like balanced approach to things for a single person covering like really heavy news stories a lot of the time. However, I have noticed in the past like 8 months to a year or so, he is definitely going hard on Niji Sanji, which I feel like it's just super personal to him now because they've done so much crap to him and people that he cares about. And it's just one of those things where it's like, it's kind of justified. Like, it feels bad. I wish he could be even more like non-biased and present these things a little bit less harshly. But like, what can you do when you have stuff that comes out like where what was it, there was that convention that was told to literally remove a standee of him from the premises, or Niji would stop them from being able to have guests like JP like VAs in the future. Like they have done so much. They feel like false is like their number one enemy for some reason. Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, it's like something new comes out about Niji and you're like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Like, of course they did this. Of course that happened. Of course multiple of their talents never paid taxes because they were told they didn't need to and it was taken care of. And now they're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt and may lose their worldly possessions. Of course that happened. You know, it's like, of course. Like, what else did they do? J post in general? Not general. VTuber's channel, please. A totally normal thing that companies do. Yeah, VTubers. That's where this discussion is right now. But yeah, it's just like one thing after another, and it's just really, really sad to see. It's just really sad to see that these people, like the talents, love them or hate them, just seem to have been really let down in multiple ways, and in some ways as bad as possible, like criminal levels. It's just like, what, huh? Like, obviously, as we've seen, VTubing is gonna have clicks. You know, it's a young person's game for the most part. So having a little bit of like a high school sort of vibe to it, it sucks, but it's gonna happen. It's like, that's just online culture. It's just niche internet fan bases. It sucks, but that's gonna happen, right? It's just, we need to do our best to be able to get to the bottom of things and hear out people without immediately canceling one side or or like anything like crazy like that, right? It's just really, gosh, like, I was even it wasn't drama per se, but my first AX I was involved in some IRL drama that was pretty nuts. That was in the VTubing space. That I found out a lot of information that I really didn't need to know and really didn't want to know, but I was in the right places at the right times talking to the right people. And there's some pretty bad people that are hanging around the VTubing communities that are trying to take advantage of people, and it's just not fun, you know? But it's like all you can do in those situations is provide support if you can, and if not, like in my case, I really didn't know any of the parties. Just try to be an adult, offer the best advice you can, and hope that the party that is hurt in the situation can find better friends. This is the only time you're gonna say the word old, but you're too old for high school behavior crap. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. And I feel like Crimbo, Koki, Meat, like they're not old, you know, we're not old, but we're too old for like clicky like rumors. It's just not good, you know? We don't need that here. It's that should be something that's like in the past. The cap for age is 28 anyways. Everyone is 28 for all time. Hey, at least if everyone is 28, everyone is a fully grown adult with a hopefully fully functioning brain. Oh. But yeah, it's just, man. What a time to be alive. If only fully functioning brain meant that people always used it, right? Imagine being anime people online that play games and have drama. Imagine. You think that would be the least dramatic thing ever? I know, right? That was a wild ride. You're caught up? Well, you're caught up on False's side of things. I think we can say it's the yeah, welcome back, Derek. So it's the group that he's talking about is MSM. So it's the talent management agency that has like they just have a lot of huge indie VTubers. Like I always say, like, I don't want to mention him first, but Athel's the first one that comes to mind. If anyone is part of the Castle Athel's community, Seth, the owner of the MSM, has been pretty active in the community for the past year plus. So this is even crazier for anyone like that. So False had receipts. Yeah, Koki has receipts as well. I would definitely recommend checking out Koki's live stream as well. I posted that in the VTuber Discord as well. Hope we don't get screwed in merch. It sounds like Athel had a clip that I watched where he covered this, and he was like, Athel was pretty much like, I haven't heard any like negative rumors about other VTubers, and he also said that he hasn't been on the negative end of any of this, it was just a strictly business relationship as far as he's concerned. And he said he has a legal team that's looking into it, and he has a backup plan. So apparently, worst comes to worst, he can get the merch from the company and ship it out another way. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm actually really interested to see how that all works. But yeah, I'm like, again, I'm pretty much like just like I'm all in on meat. Like I will, as weird as it sounds, like I would trust meat like with my life. So having wild, crazy things said about her seems nuts to me. But again, hear everyone's opinions and make your own whatever. I feel like Aethel is the same, right? Like, I've met Aethel enough. I've talked to Aethel enough. The dude's a solid guy. And I feel like anything negative would be something that he either didn't notice or was something completely out of his control. The guy's been through a lot the past couple years. So if like this sort of stuff just sort of passed him by and he didn't notice, I would completely believe that. You know, everything that Aethel and Yan have been through the past couple years, like that's that's quite a bit. Tips, welcome in. Welcome. We're Tips, we're on hour 4 of yapping today. This has been a straight just chatting stream all day. It's been kind of fun. We talked about video games, talked about books, talked about con stuff, and now we're talking about drama. And again, I hate calling it drama because I feel like this in particular, this is not drama. We're talking about the 3 a.m. false ID Southside Takahata versus MSM stuff. So I don't know if you're familiar, but in the Discord, in the VTubers channel in the Discord, we have a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Takahata's involved too. Like, what the freak? It doesn't make Are you kidding me? 20? That's 2. That's 2 today. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. And now we have a funeral. Yeah, not exactly versus MSM as a whole, just one bad actor in MSM allegedly. Yeah, again, there are I would suggest to catch up. It's a lot to catch up, but False ID's latest video, I think it was back like 5/16/2024. And then you can also watch Koki's video from last night. That's also posted in that channel. And apparently more people are going to be talking about it coming up here. Yeah, Aethel addressed it as well. Yeah, Aethel did a very good job of addressing it. Do you have Aethel's VOD? There's a clip. There's a clip on what channel is it? So there's a really good Castle Clips channel on YouTube. I forget what it's actually called, but they clipped the part where Aethel was talking about it. Sound alert still on his BS. Really? Still? You only clicked once though? Okay, good. No, it's like Castle Archive or something along those lines. Yep. Yeah, it's Castle Archive. Nanthelstan is no longer a thing. I'm pretty sure they're not they're no longer posting stuff. Yeah, they burned out hard and never came back, which is really sad. They were posting like multiple daily videos, which is really like, yeah. And then they ran into that whole thing where YouTube was cracking down on secondary content, so they couldn't even make money off what they were doing. Even with the creators' permission, YouTube was shutting down clips channels like left and right, or demonetizing them. So yeah, they ran into that last year, and it was just crazy. So I think between all of that and getting burnt out, they just never came back, which I'm sure they're still part of the community. We just don't know what their name is, or at least I don't. Yeah, okay, so it's been another hour. So we're going to run the ad break. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then when we get back, we're gonna re-roll. So when we hit a 20, I re-roll and I add those squats to the 20, and I do the squats. So I'll do that when we come back, and then we'll see if we have anything more to discuss with this. Maybe we'll move on to another topic, or we'll move on to the game. We're just kind of playing it by ear. We'll see y'all in a sec.
City carved a silhouette on the ocean after dark, over the lonely and the holy and the red blood beating hearts. Up from the dirty black water, a shadow void of form raised itself out of the river, and it climbed upon the shore. Neon on the blacktop, there's a gentle rain downtown, the shadow pooling underneath me as it follows on the ground. Kissed you when I saw you, stared deep into your eyes. I meant to say I love you, but instead I said goodbye. Shadows in the city, I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets I'm someone else. Shadows in the city, like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart. Neon city. conscience. There's a shadow in the dark. It comes to me infrequently and breaks your.
All right, we're back. I would let the song play, but it's like a 7-minute song, and probably shouldn't do that. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Thanks for being patient. Okay, so before we left, we were talking about. You just pause and pick out. Unfortunately, I can't. I've got it set to restart. We had when we left, we had the D20 squats. Roll a natural 20. So when we get a nat 20 rolled, that means I roll again, and we add that to the 20, and then I do that many squats. I can't believe it's happened twice today. So here we go. Have you seen them live? Yes. Speaking of the Midnight, who was the band that was playing, the Midnight concert that I saw was one of the best concerts I've ever been to in my entire life. It was electric, and they had such a cool stage presence. They had such a cool show. Oh my God, it was so good. Okay, thank God. All right, 24. All right, I can do 24. All right, here we go. Saved by the 4, finally. All right, 24. Squats starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
6, 7, 8. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Whew. All right, that works. Pretty sure your sound alert didn't process? That's so weird.
LOL, LMFAO, bro, bruh, dude.
Why? Why? Peterson! Oh, you actually really like him? I don't, not at all. I would not advertise that fact. Yeah, I would highly advise people to not listen to him. Any small bit of like good advice that you can get from him, you can get from other people that are less toxic. One of his interviews, he had good relationship advice. Yeah, sometimes he says things that make sense. However, if you look at his backlog of comments, he is a nasty, hateful, intolerant, bigot of a man. And I will leave it at that. And yeah, Alex Jones is probably a lot more of a like a fake persona However, he has also caused massive amounts of damage to many people, so even like ironically laughing at that sort of stuff, it's just not great. Yeah, it's really hard, right? To like, you see somebody doing one thing and you're like, oh, that makes sense. Like that sure, yeah, totally, I agree with this. But it's so difficult to like to like take that one person and then go back through their past and everything else that they've ever done and then be like, oh, okay, so this is what they actually stand for, you know? So it's like, it's really difficult and it takes a lot of time. And I'm just like intimately acquainted with this guy because where I'm from, he is considered a very trustworthy source of Christian values. Going back to like one of the first things that we talked of today. So having somebody like that who is very trusted in those circles, it's just the hypothetical guy. Yeah, I know, dang it, now we have, dang it. Now we have Ben Shapiro in the history of our chat. Dang it, man. Dang it. We can escape this. Also didn't know what that video was. No, you're fine. I put that on there because me and him have a history, and even over in the castle, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you were here, you were here. That's the only reason that it's there, because I can laugh at the guy. And I wanted to choose the stupidest, dumbest clip that I could find of him that sort of like fit something that could be used on stream. So I went with that. There's so many good edits of him and the other guy. Yeah. You grew up around a family that considers these people bastions of knowledge, so you can relate. Yep, Tips, that's right where I am. That's right where I am. Yeah, pretty much. Wow, Blinky double dipping. Okay, I see how it is. Blinky talking about eggs and meats chat. I see how it is. Meats egg. Yeah, for sure. I freaking love meat. Meat is so good. All right, what do you say? Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I'm dumb. Don't take what I say as fact. Please do your own research, and doubly so for anything that's said in Twitch chat. as right as I believe I am on a lot of things, I am still growing and learning as a person, so you can trust me, I use kappa in a sentence. Always form your own research and opinions. True. Yep. You can use people that you trust. You can use them as reference points. But yeah. Say though, he dedicated. See, I like how tips like just keep. Shapiro dedicated a pretty good chunk of his career trying to validate his hatred for rap music by claiming it isn't music at all. That doesn't suffice, then yes, do your research. That's very true. That's like a very like sort of out there like red flag, right? But there's tons of people in the religious / Christian bubble that have the same viewpoint. They just see that as just bad music or not music at all, and it's just a bad influence and blah blah blah, and just like completely like delete an entire thing. Didn't we start with the bubble conversation? Yeah, we're wrapping back to that. Wait, we're circling back to that. There we go. We can't mention rap. Soup, welcome in. Hi. You don't know enough about the guy's political views? Good. Good, don't. Good, don't. Is that not what people like Shapiro do? They dedicate their lives to validate their hatred. It's a pretty human thing to do. Yeah, to be honest, you're right. You're right. That's fair. That's why we have inherited negative bias. Yeah, you're totally correct. It just sucks that people like that sometimes get a platform, right? So like we were talking about this earlier, how I grew up in a very like limited, stifling bubble of a religious like homeschooled group, and breaking out of that and like going to work at McDonald's when I was 16, or going to college, and then finally moving out here to the West Coast. Everything, like every step along my path, my path of growth as a human in becoming an adult, has shown me the many flaws that I thought were intrinsic truths, that I thought were just things that were acceptable, you know? And then I actually went out and I lived and I met people that I used to hate, and I talked to people that I thought were basically less than human because they didn't believe the same thing that I did. And I was like, wow, what I used to believe is absolute garbage. You know, you realize people are just people. Yeah. It's like you can be raised to think something of a certain type of people, and if you've never run into them, you just keep thinking of them as just some nebulous faction that you just hate. You know, it's just something that you never have to deal with, you never have to think about, but they're bad. They're the bad people that have no place in society. There's nothing here for them, you know? They're just the ones going to hell and blah, blah, blah. And then you actually go out there and you're like, oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to love people. we're supposed to treat people with respect. Wait, where was that all this time? Wait, what? Religious trauma gang unite? Yeah.
I
it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. I've definitely done a lot of growing myself, and I still have a heck of a lot more to go. But I am glad that I do not have the same viewpoints as I did when I was younger, because that doesn't help anybody. That's it's a very selfish, self-serving way to go about living your life, and it's really, really sad and depressing. Religion is weaponized. Oh yeah, for sure. I never actually watched. I think I caught like maybe a handful of Billy and Mandy episodes as a kid, but I was always like a Nickelodeon kid, and we never really had Cartoon Network until I was like much older. And even Nickelodeon, we weren't allowed to watch a lot, so. Oh wait, who was it? Derek posted, I don't know if I should be going back to this, but I am. But Derek said, did you see the guy give a speech about how women are better as wives? Are you talking about the kicker, the football player, who is the commencement speech guy? Yes. Yeah, he's not a professor. He's a professional NFL player. Yeah, he basically, the male wives would disagree. He basically had this whole speech of how his wife realized her true calling when they got married. And then went off on a whole like tirade of how women's only purpose in life is to be married and have children and take care of the house and that sort of stuff. It's pretty brutal. Thankfully, unfortunately, he got a standing ovation for his commencement speech. Fortunately, once that made it to the internet, he got flamed pretty badly for it. Hope he gets oh no. Soup, unfortunately he's a kicker, so that's almost impossible. Oh, wait. I forget. Most people, a bunch of people here probably don't know NFL. But basically, the person who kicks the ball, the kicker on a team is the most protected person on a football team. Basically, even touching the kicker is like a penalty. So, like, you can tackle the quarterback and that sort of stuff gently. But a kicker, you can't even touch a kicker unless they like somehow like pick up the ball and start running with it for some reason. Yeah. So it's literally the most cushy job on the team. Except it's also one of the most stressful positions on the team, because you basically, like, a lot of games like are won or lost solely on your shoulders. So it's also a high stress job. You have one job, so if you mess up, yeah, exactly. Manifesting, he tears his ACL. Oh my god. Oh, who was it? I think I saw that story on Philip DeFranco. Who's another guy. We were talking about some people who have like some pretty like storied, unfortunate things in their past. Philip DeFranco, another person who has a lot of stuff in the past that is not great. However, has grown as a person and is pretty much a pretty solid, upstanding human citizen nowadays. But Phil, on the story where he talked about the commencement speech, he continued to talk about another commencement speech by the quarterback of the Chiefs. Oh my God, what the frick is his name? Oh my God, what's his name? I know him. I'm such a bad fan. Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes. There we go. So Patrick Mahomes, also a Christian, by the way, also religious, by the way, quarterback for the Chiefs, same team, also did a commencement speech at another school and went on to celebrate the accomplishments of the women who were graduating in their fields. Like, he specifically made an effort to raise up the women that were graduating in their classes and be like, congrats for doing this. For all of the things that you have overcome to make it to this point. So he basically did the opposite of what this other guy was doing, and said, hey, congratulations on making it as far as you have in your path. It's just like, why can't we do that? Big brain play, right? You don't watch any news outlets or listen to gossip sites or podcasts? You don't know a lot about these? Oh, yeah. It's totally fine. Like, it's fine. Like, news nowadays is so depressing. It's so depressing nowadays. You know? Like, what good things are happening right now? Is it like... like, I live in the US. I don't even have to deal with like the worst of the worst, but we still have insane crap happening in our political sphere. We still have to deal with like crazy inflation, and nobody can afford a house. Nobody's going to be able to retire. Our planes are falling apart. You know, we can't travel anywhere because everyone's afraid our planes are gonna explode and that sort of stuff. You know, it's just like, like what is there good in that's happening right now? Media is disincentivized of showing good things happening. There's no, they want to show the stuff that is bad, that gets clicks. That's where the money is. And yeah, there's tons of bad stuff happening outside of the US, but I'm just talking about like stuff that I'm personally experiencing. Hysteria sells, yeah. Sorry in the taxes I filed from a job I don't have, thanks IRS. Yep. Yeah, it's just like, all I want, a good start from my point of view would be to have people in the government that understand what the internet is as a baseline. I don't think that's too difficult to ask. I think this whole like AI wave that is happening is really important, and if we don't set up some boundaries and guidelines and laws right now, it's gonna be bad. But you know what? Nobody up there even knows what AI is. Nobody knows. So I'm not hopeful. You're asking a lot when the entry point is 65. Yep. 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 That's not even like a political like line. That's not even like a left or a right thing or anything like that. That's just I would like politicians to understand this essential piece of living in 2024. Please. Just have a concept of what it is. Have used it some. Would like to be ruled by a system and body of government that is not completely out of touch with its people. That's asking a whole lot. Imagine. Oh my god. Yep, pretty much. And it's like, it's not just like a US thing either. It's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. It's not just an us thing. You know, you go, Canada is basically they have their own issues, you know, just in North America. Like they have plenty of issues on their own in Canada. You go around the world, some places like as dysfunctioning as our supposed democracy is here, like there are places that don't even have that in the world that are struggling with other things, you know. Yeah, for sure. You know, I don't even think I can really mention it, but there's like two major things, and again, please do not go into detail or anything about these. I don't know what sort of I don't know what sort of filters or stuff are on Twitch or Twitch chat nowadays, but there are two major things happening in our world right now that are just devastating, and just it's just horrible. And I feel like, as just a person who lives all the way over here, it feels like there's nothing I can do, and it's really upsetting, you know. Yeah, there's so many bad things happening in a lot of different countries. You're right. But yeah, it's just oof. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, the older I get and the more I know about stuff, it's like I can change myself. I can change the way that I see things. I can change the way that I interact with people. I can change the way, you know, that I use my own resources and that sort of stuff. But there are certain things in life that, like, the older I get, the more I know that I don't understand everything. And then on top of that, even if I do understand something, I know what's right or what's wrong, or I feel like I know what's right or wrong. Like, there's very little an individual can do. And it's just really depressing at times. We can change and focus our actions and what we can do. Yeah. Yeah. That's why we must create community. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Oh. Hey. I don't even know if I want to play a game tonight. I think it's important to remember that when we catch ourselves hating someone for their views, we should take a step back, properly listen, and do our best to have compassion for it. Yeah, for sure. Like that's a whole thing that I was talking about earlier, is like that's a huge thing in my own growth as a person. Was I was never able to sympathize with other people that had different ways of thinking than I did, you know? So now I've gone a little bit far in my headspace just because of the trauma and the things that I experienced as a child, right? And growing up. So now it's almost like yo-yoed back to the other side, where I'm struggling to have compassion and understanding for the people that I used to consider like close friends and family and like figures of authority back like when I was growing up, you know? So it's like I still have a lot of growing to do and a lot of work to do on myself, but I feel like at least I've made certain strides. You've learned more about yourself and other people in the past year than you ever have in your life. You're now wiser. Notes, you've been through quite a bit the past year or two. Like just a short time that I've known you. You've gone through a lot. You've definitely changed and grown, for sure. You struggle with that too, especially in your religious and conservative family background. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of us that are sort of like in the same boat of like growing up in a certain like very, very strict, very controlled environment, and then breaking out of that and realizing that a lot of what we thought we knew isn't exactly all that. It's not the end all be all. It's a balance of what we can afford the energy to be compassionate about. Yeah, and that's also true. Because like putting your all into something that you're not going to be able to control, it's a lot of wasted energy. It's a lot of wasted time, you know? So being able to limit yourself and focus on the things that you can actually like change and affect takes a little bit of thinking and a little bit of doing, but I think it's much more healthy. Everyone's a work in progress. It's good to remember that about others and view yourself as such. Yeah, for sure. There's no end. Yeah, there's definitely no end. Anyone who says they're done growing or they've experienced everything that there is to be to experience, you never stop. And if you think you've stopped, you're probably going the wrong way. Oh yeah, it's just one of those things, Tips. It's like, I think again, I don't have children, and I've said this before, I don't plan on having children. I do not want to, I don't want to bring a child into this world and have them deal with all the crap that they're going to have to deal with. Right? Like, I'm not interested in that at all. Plus, kids are expensive. I don't have the money for that. But like, there's more like moderate ways of handling your circles and where you're growing up and raising your kids. Like being all the way like conservative and being like tight-fisted and like iron-fisted raising your children, I don't think that's healthy. But being completely hands-off and letting your kids do whatever the crap they want as they're growing up, that's not right either. You know, there's there's moderation to be had. There's things from both sides that work, you know? Yeah, you have to find the middle ground. You can't gotcha if you have kids. That's so true. There's no time for stagnation. You're a human. Your identity is forever fluid. Yeah. Yeah. There are people that would disagree with you on that. The idea of bringing kids into this world the way that it is now is scary. Yeah. It's like we're at the same time living in like this weird golden age. You know what I mean? So like we have access to unlimited information. We have access to all of this technology. We can, if you have a little bit of money, you can pretty much go wherever you want. But then on the flip side, on the opposite side of that, if you're not like millions of dollars rich, can't afford a house. You have to rely on multiple people / your family, which some people that might not be safe to live, you know? Like there are huge swaths of people that it's still not safe for them to be their true selves in public. You know? There's still so many people that are just like pushed and put down on a regular basis. It's not safe for everyone to live, you know? So it's like there's for certain people there's infinite growth available to them, but for the vast majority of others, they can just see all of this stuff that's available and they're not able to take advantage of that because of where they were born or what they look like or how they feel inside, you know? And it's just heartbreaking. You also understand the other side of wanting to always cultivate a next generation of people, which is also correct in your opinion, since the innovation of younger will always be more valuable. That's like, if I'm struggling to grow up now, you know, maybe we'll have better answers in the future. Yeah, I can kind of see that as well. It's like if you think you're on a good path, having children and teaching them the ways that you think are good and respectable, I think that's solid. I do not like look down on people who have kids and want to teach them right and wrong and want to have a huge presence in their lives and have a nice family and all of that. I think that's wonderful, but it's definitely not for everybody. And it definitely requires a lot more thinking and planning than most people will, than a lot of people will do. The internet is both the worst and the best thing humans ever invented. Yeah, I'm sort of on the same side as that chemist. It's just like a weapon, right? Like the technology to create weapons is also the same technology that we can get energy from, right? It just depends on how you use it. You've read some things here and there, mostly think pieces about how we almost owe it to ourselves to have kids. Kids are a natural center point of communities because we all haul together to raise and care for them. But I think our adoption and foster systems are full enough for us to take those behemoths before we have more kids. Yeah, definitely. Again, though, you run into like a money thing, right? As long as you have the resources and the mental capacity and your relationship with those around you is like solid enough, yeah, that's awesome. Definitely adopt. Definitely. people in if people in society today are a record high for neglecting and abusing animals, and more people have negative bias against wildlife, you can't trust the current humanity with having more kids. That's wild. I have not heard that. Is that an actual fact, or is that like a statistic or something? Because that's crazy. There are 8 billion people on this planet. You don't feel like you need to contribute. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like, there's already plenty of people here. That's one of the things that I feel. It's like, look, we're already struggling to care for everyone that is currently on this planet. You know? Maybe we should look to take care of those people before we add new ones. Again, I know many people, many amazing couples that have or are having children, and they've done things very well. I trust them, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Already strapped our resources? There's a bunch of, I know I'm not like super learned on this sort of stuff, but there are plenty of ways that we can take care of the current and growing populace. However, that requires people to work together, and our current civilization doesn't really do that very well. We can look at the statistics within the exotic pet trade, how people treat animals in general, basis people have towards specific animals. It's a weird limbo where we are more informed and accepting of wildlife now, but also more hateful towards it in some ways. Interesting. So like, I guess we know more about, like we know more than ever about like wildlife and stuff, right? But we're also a lot more focused on like our cities and infrastructure, and like we don't touch wildlife as much as we used to, right? It's not something that you have to think about as often as like when we were on the frontier and you walked out your house and there was a desert in front of you, or you know, that sort of stuff. You had to leave your house all the time to get groceries. You were farming constantly, you know. Touching wildlife sounds dangerous. Well, I mean like metaphorically, right? Society today is very, very comfortable with the idea of the pure bias that it freaks them out. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. Again, I'm curious where the it seems like something that like a paper would be written on, or there'd be like statistics about. Don't think there's anything wrong with people having kids. Yep. If that's what they feel like they want to do, or even an individual, more power to them. Yeah. There's definitely a huge thing of if we opened things up so that individuals could of course there's it also opens up a lot of other issues that may or may not hinder someone's growth, but yeah, if you have the resources and the willpower to raise a child properly, yeah, absolutely. I can't think of anything that's like I think that's a very good way of using your life. Blinky, welcome in. I saw you chatting in Meat's in Meat's chat earlier. Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Oh. I wonder with all of these heavy topics. Maybe we should call it here. Call it a little bit early, huh? This is definitely, I think this is a first though. I think this is a first. I don't think we've actually spent 5 hours talking. Like, I don't think we've done a significant just chatting stream like ever. I feel like a lot of the stuff that we talked about probably shouldn't be. I feel like a lot of the stuff we talked about probably shouldn't be talked about in general in this sort of manner. But I feel like we had a pretty reasonable, constructive discussion. Should have more of these. I think you handled this very constructive manner. Thank you. It's true, we are a pretty small community. It's true. It's been a heavy couple of days. Yeah. Just don't let Twitter find out. Yeah, that's true. We sort of bounced around quite a bit, but I felt like things sort of naturally went from one to the other. And I will say, yeah, I think everyone was pretty respectful. Thank you all for being very respectful and very choosing your words carefully. And I think, to be honest, I think this is a testament to the people that, I mean, not to like toot my own horn here, but like everyone here, I feel like has been gathered here because like I've sort of like, these are my views, and I've sort of like kind of collected people that have somewhat similar thoughts on things, right? He's tooting. You know what I mean? Like, there are definitely plenty of people that would disagree with what we're talking about here. And in some cases, they'd be correct, you know? Like, there's definitely room to discuss counter theories to what we're talking about today. But I definitely appreciate all of you just, like, hanging around and joining in the discussion. Not getting too fired up. Thanks for not making me work, chat. Yeah. Now it's time to get fired up. Oh no. Yeah, I think if anything, I think if anything, just to take away from today, just send some love to your favorite streamers. You know, make sure that they know that you care about them in it as less of a parasocial way as you possibly can. But there's definitely a lot of people out there who have been struggling, who've been going through a lot. Cursed. Mods, someone ban that guy. We were having a moment. We were having a moment. It's not a rain check, but I will do. I will do the squats offline. I will do the squats offline. You care in a not parasocial way. All right, that's good to know. You'll have to trust me. You'll have to trust me. But let's oh, out of memory. All right, let's yeah, meat's been going for an hour. Let's send some love Meat's way. Let's take a journey to meat. Yeah, it's meat time. Well, guys, you want to be a physical pain in the rear like you are virtually? Okay, that's very on brand. Well, guys, again, I really appreciate y'all. Thank you for being an amazing community. Thank you for standing up for what's right. I really appreciate y'all. And I'll be back. We'll be back later this week. Probably for some gaming. Probably less yapping, more gaming. Have a good week, y'all. Reach out to those you care about. And have a good night.